Whoa, oh, oh. La, da, 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 oh, oh, oh. La, da, 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 oh, oh, oh. La, da, da, da. Making our Christmas memories. I've been working so much lately, I can barely find the time.
Starting with one of these 14-inch wooden circles, come in a pack like this from Hobby Lobby. Also, the truck is one of these chipboard trucks that I picked up also from Hobby Lobby. I got it when they were on clearance for $1.24. I'm giving it a couple of coats of the plaster color chalk paint. Now I'm going to do the faux plaid pattern background that I like to do. I've shared this on several other videos, but what I do is I am using the color of paint I'm using is a dolphin gray. It's a ceramic coat color, and I'm also using my fan brush. I just get some of the paint on the bristles. I'm not getting paint on the entire brush, but what I'm doing is getting about half of the bristles, and then I just go kind of in a stripe pattern where like a faux plaid pattern, just kind of go back and forth there. And once I got finished, I'm like, yeah, Trace, that is a little too bright. And so I go back over it with my Waverly White plaster color chalk paint just to soften it up a bit so it's not quite so bright. All right, so then now I'm going to start putting on my stripes along the side or my border. So I'm using about a 1/2 inch flat paintbrush, and it's the number 12 paintbrush that's in the pack of my favorite paintbrushes that are linked in my Amazon storefront if you are interested in which brushes I like to use. All right, so then once I get all of that done and let that dry completely, then what I want to do is I want to shade it. I love this. It's, as you've heard me say before, guys, the beauty is in the details. And so how I shade is I take that number 12 flat paintbrush. The brown is milk chocolate Americana acrylic paint. I dip half of my brush in paint, the other half in clean water, and I blend there on those blue paper towels. Those are just shop towels that you can get in the automotive section of any like Walmart, any kind of home improvement store, that kind of thing. Okay, so then now what I'm doing is I'm just taking just a paintbrush the size of polka dot that I want, and I am dipping it into red paint, and I'm going in between those stripes. And so I dip the handle of my brush every single time, and that gives me a consistent polka dot. So then I'll just continue to do that until I have this this wood circle all painted up. Once all of that is dry, I will take my fine Sharpie marker and I'll go and just do some squiggles, do some, just some different kind of highlights to it. I really feel that the black Sharpie marker just brings it out. And as I said, you'll get sick of me hearing me say that, the beauty is in the details. And this is just something that I like to do for my projects. I just go around, just give it some squiggles and doodles, and, just kind of bring out some different parts of, my painted projects. All right, now I'm going to add some paint splatter. I am just using the black paint splatter on this particular background. I take my stiff brush and my stick, and I'm just going across the bristles one time, like the stick toward my body, but that the paint projects onto the background of the painted piece. For the truck, as I mentioned, I picked this up when it was on clearance for $1.24 at Hobby Lobby. And what I'm doing is I'm just penciling out where the tires would be. Then I'm going to paint those black, just black acrylic paint. And since these are chip decor, it does have, they are a little thicker. And so I'm just kind of figuring out where I want the tires to be, the best of what I can see. I could always get like a paint bottle or, measure it out, something a little bit more circle. Probably that would have saved me a little bit more time, but it is what it is. So what I did now is I am giving it 2 coats of primary red acrylic paint, and the paint brand is Americana. It's just my preference. I just like this color of red, and I gave it 2 coats of that. Now I'm going to add some white shading. So I'm just taking a 1/4 inch flat paintbrush and my white paint. I dip half of my brush in paint, the other half in clean water, and then, as I do with all my shaded projects, I blend on a paper towel, and then I just go around the edges of the project. Now the paint is on the outside, closest to the edge, and the blended part is on the inner side, and so that's when you get the color very close to the edge. And the more you do it, the better you kind of get out from it, that kind of thing. So practice. I always try to encourage y'all to do that. Just by shading, it just really brings a painted project to life. All right, so then now I have this 3/4 inch foam bouncer brush. I got it in a pack from Michael's a couple of years ago, and so then that is the size that I want to make the white walls of my tires. So I just dip that, just do that with white paint. And then now I just have my very loved, it's lost some of the bristles. This is what I call my detailing brush, and I'm just going around and making some squiggles of my red truck just to bring it to life. I like to use this metallic shimmering silver paint to add some more details to my trucks, kind of like where the bumper and the windshield is, and just there for the handle. Just try to bring that out, and then later I will go and put a dot of that in the white wall of the tire just to make the hubcap. Okay, here I left this in because I just wanted to show y'all that sometimes I will do some hand lettering and writing on it, and it just doesn't turn out the way that I envisioned in my head. So I'm just using a Posca pen, and I really was not happy with how this turned out, and so then I just go ahead and repaint. I just paint over it because I'm like, I'm going to put Merry Christmas on the sign. So this day when I was painting this, I'm like, yeah, that don't even really need to be there. So I go ahead and repaint that. Okay, so then now I'm using, it's kind of like a maybe 1/2 inch bouncer brush, and I dip that in that shimmering silver paint just to add some silver for the hubcaps of my truck. And I got off a little bit on the front tire, but it's okay. I'm not going to sweat that. So here I just went ahead and repainted that, just painted over that white marker that I did because I really wasn't happy with that. And so yeah, that's what it is. So then now I'm just taking my black Sharpie marker, just going around, just kind of sporadically adding a bit of just black marker just to bring it out a lot. And you can't really see it on camera here, but you can see it in real time. Okay, so then I'm just adding some white splattering to my red truck, and then we're going to work on the sign. Now, I wanted a sign for my door hanger, and I liked the shape, but it was too wide. And so how I rectified that is I said, well, Trace, just cut it down. So I just took my ruler, figured out where I wanted it kind of in the middle there, just take my pencil. Then I'm taking, draw a line just to kind of help guide me. And then I just take my box blade, and I had to score it, a few times. And then I just broke it apart, then now I have 2 signs that are in this shape. And these signs are the Woodpile brand, and they came from nowhere else but Hobby Lobby. So I gave this 2 coats of the plaster color chalk paint, but you can use whatever color you want. This is just what I was into for this particular door hanger. And then I'm going to give it a background. I just use my number 2 liner. This is just the brush that is in that paint set those are just my preference. You can get paintbrushes anywhere. You can get them at Walmart, Hobby Lobby, Michael's, Amazon, anywhere. But, people ask me, which paintbrushes do you use? And those are linked in my Amazon store. That's just my preference, but, you can use whatever style you like. Okay, so then now I'm just using a flat paintbrush and just going around and just giving the edge. I did forget to mention earlier on the sign itself, I did that same green, which was holly green. That is the color that I used on the green. I did paint around the edges of the door hanger as well. And so then I had got the red on when I was doing the border. I got a little of the red on the plaster. So I just took some of the plaster, and once that red was dry, I just went ahead and cleaned that up. Then now I'm just doing some shading with that milk chocolate brown paint, and I just like this look. I just really feel that it gives my painted projects just the definition that I want. And so then now I am taking my number 2 flat paintbrush that is in the paintbrushes set that I do have. Those are my favorite. I do have a paint chart that I will link to as well, that I show you which brushes I use for what, and then I am just going to do some hand lettering. Now, you may have heard me say this before, but I can never say it enough. To God be all the glory, because I wanted to learn how to hand letter, how to paint with a paintbrush, and he gave me the patience and also the talent to go ahead and do this. And so this is how I learned how to hand letter, by practicing. I do have found some free fonts that I will link to as well, that do have like dots on them. If that is something that you're interested in, you can click on those. You can download them for free from defont.com. You can make a Word document or some kind of document where you could practice, or you can use graphite paper or tracing paper to trace the word that you want onto your sign, and then you can practice like that. And that is the way that I learn. So then now I'm just using the end of a paintbrush to make my dots. All right, so then once I get finished with that and all of that is dry, I make sure that my dots are completely dry before I do this next part. And I'm just using my little detail brush, and I'm just going in and putting a little comma or a little swoosh in each of the dot. I really feel that it just kind of makes my word pop. Then once that is dry, I give it some paint splattering. I'm just using black for this. And as you can see, I do cover my area because paint splattering is messy. Once everything is dry, I give it a coat of this varnish. It is my favorite varnish, and that is what I like to use on my painted projects. All right, here are some of the ribbons and trims that I'm using just to make like a messy bow. I just cut off, I don't know, about 4 or 5 inches of each of these ribbons. I also, when you see the finished picture, I was like, it's missing something. Well, it was missing some green. And so I went in my stash and I got some thin green ribbon that, I've had on hand for several years, that I bought after Christmas because, just in case I needed it. That was probably 4 or 5 years ago, and it's still in my stash. I'm such a ribbon hoarder. I'm a craft supply hoarder. Anyway, so it came in handy. So that's why I kept it. I'm just laughing at myself. So anyway, so I am just, putting all this together. Also put some raffia in there. I just tied everything together with my pipe cleaner because I get the tightest hole like that. A lot of people use jute or a zip tie, but whatever you're comfortable with, that's how you can do your messy bows. To glue everything on my door sign or door hanger, I'm using some E6000 glue as well as some hot glue. The E6000 is the permanent hold, and then the hot glue gives it a instant hold. And so then for the bed of the truck, I just put some fine Excelsior, and then I just have some greenery that I'm going to use at the top. I had a piece of that. I stuck that in the bed, and then I'm going to be putting some glittery balls in there. Now to give some dimension for my sign, what I have, this is fun foam. You can get in different colors at Hobby Lobby or maybe Michael's, somewhere like that. It's a little thicker. It's the 5M, which is a little thicker, and so I like this. I'm starting to like this. I have a lot of different colors. I've used it many years ago, and I kind of forgot about it, but I'm like, that might work for some dimension, and it sure does. And so I'm just showing you here how I just cut it. You can, it comes in a big sheet like that. It's pretty inexpensive. And so then if you are like me and like dimension for your projects. All right, so then now I'm going to make a swag for the top of my door hanger. And so then I have just some of this pine greenery that I've had on hand, and also some red and white pip berries that came off of a Valentine garland. A Valentine garland. And so I just took those apart, what I like to do. And so then I'm just, facing them opposite directions. I just wired them together so that it all stays together. I wasn't thinking I should have used a zip tie because the wire kind of became a little loose. And so I kind of struggled with this. So if you don't want your swag to come loose, use a zip tie or use floral tape or something. And so then I just glued everything down. And so with E6000 as well as some hot glue. And then I did take my paper piercer, because this actual board is actually very thin, and so I was able to get my paper piercer through there, just to make 2 holes, and then that is how I attached my bow. All right, so then these glittery balls is something that I had on hand, some red and some white. I wanted some green, but the green that I had was like more from fall, and it wasn't a more holly green. It was more of a muted green, and I was like, yeah, that ain't gonna look too good. So I'm just, adding just some glittery balls just to give them something to stick to. I cut a toothpick in half and then just stuck that in there. And then I just stuck that in the Excelsior, hot glued all of that in, and then, this little sign is finished. For a hanger, I just took some red and white check gingham ribbon that I had on hand, and I just made a loop and just secured that to the back just for a hanger. This sign is pretty lightweight, and so I feel that the ribbon will do just fine. I'm using one of these Santas from the Dollar Tree. Now, I should have, heated up and taken off the brim and the mustache, but I just was going to wing it, and it ended up taking me more time. So if you can get those off, if you want to repaint this, that would be awesome. Anyway, so the first thing I did is I just took my pencil and drew out a face, like where it separated the face and the beard. I'm using the color medium flesh. It's by Ceramicoat. It's my favorite flesh color for my Santas. And so I'm just using a flat paintbrush and just going around and painting it the best that I can. But I'm like, oh, this is not really working. But I just took my time and just went with it and just made sure that everything was painted. Now I'm going to give each section 2 coats of the paint. When I get to the hat, I'm using my favorite Santa hat color, which is Barn Red, and just using, I should have used used a larger brush size, but this one was the one that I was using, so I'm like, I just went with it. Anyway, so I'm just painting the sides as well as, the top with barn red. And once I finish that, I'm going to go back. I'm using warm white for the beard, and just using that like for the mustache as well as the beard. And so that's what I'm showing right there. And I kind of had to go on the sides, and then it was getting on the other part. And so I'm like, gosh darn it, Tracy, you should have just taken the time to take those little pieces off the best you can so that you would not have this issue, guys. I was really struggling this day when I was doing this. Anyway, so what you also saw me do was just pencil out the area for his nose. And so then now I'm just going back and just that is all completely dry, we've reached my favorite part of the video, or my favorite part to any project is the detailing. Guys, you will hear me say many times that the beauty is in the details. And so I love to shadow my projects, and they're, different painters shadow different ways, but how I do it, I'm using a 1/8 of an inch flat paintbrush and just going around and just doing some shadowing. I dip half of my brush in paint, the other half in clean water, and then I blend on a paper towel. Then I go around the edges of my painted projects just to give it some shadowing. I'm using the color Light Cinnamon. This is an Americana brand, and what you can see right there is I got too heavy-handed on my shadowing, because yes, I left that in because I just want to share for those of you that like to watch me paint. I do have errors, and I do have to go back and kind of clean up, and I leave this in. I share this with you to say that no matter how long have you been painting, how long have you been crafting, you're still going to have some oopsies or some things that you're like, that doesn't look too good. So anyway, I'm going to show you in a minute how I go back and I fix that, because I do want to encourage anyone that wants to learn how to paint or hand letter or just craft like this. Just take your time, go back and fix it. Now I'm going to do the same thing with the white, just to go around and add some white shadowing to the outside of the hat, as well as I will go back and fix some of the white on that brown where I got a little bit too heavy-handed. I'm going to go ahead and add some white to that so that it blends in a bit more. So like I share, I try to share, I tried to be encouraging, just to say if it's not what you want, then we're going to go back and fix that. Okay, I'm just taking a stencil brush, and I am taking some coral color paint, and I'm just stippling some cheeks on. I like my cheeks more rectangle up and down, so that's why I do that. Then I'm going to draw on some eyes. Now, once this project was totally finished, I wish I would have made my eyes a little bit bigger, but that's okay. This is my first Santa that I've painted this season, as well as one of these that I painted from the Dollar Tree, but I know from now on what I want to do for my next Santa project. So what I do is I like the more almond shape eyes, and so I do that, and then I go back in. I start with a black marker, then I go back in and fill it in with paint. Okay, so then I have a very loved thin liner brush that has been with me for many years that I make some eyelashes. Then now I'm just going back and just taking a brush and just going and putting Santa in some eyebrows. Then I take that very loved liner brush. It's missing some bristles. It's been with me for a long time, like 20 years plus. And I just go and make the whites of the eyes, as well as just add some character for his cheeks. I give him him a little swoosh for his nose. And then we're going to move on to the next step. So I love my black Sharpie marker. It is my best friend. And so I just go around and outline everything just to make my painted projects pop. Now I'm going to move on to highlighting and just taking a number 2 liner brush that is also in that paint pack that I shared earlier. And those are listed in my Amazon store if you are interested. Okay, so then I just go around and just add some highlight. Now I want to share this with you. I've been paint splattering for many years, a long time. And I still get a little heavy sometimes. You can see on Santa's the ball of his hat. I'm like, oh goodness, girl, you got a little too heavy there. So what I'm going to try to do is, because I don't want to repaint this, I'm going to try to take some white and kind of mask that a little bit. And then that was coming on a little thick too. So we were really paint splattering that day when I was doing this video. I share this with you only because it happens to me too. Hey guys, make sure that you protect your area, your cover, your table or whatever, because paint splattering is messy. For my jolly, I'm going to use my paint marker, my Posca 5M, and I just hand lettered jolly, just adding some happy dots on there as well. I put it off to the side because I'm going to be adding some pine and some homespun fabric to the other side of his hat. Now, I've discovered this Americana gloss sealer. I got this at Michael's, and I use this because for my painted projects that I hand letter with the Posca pens, because they do have a tendency to smear with the liquid brush on varnish. I found this and it works good. They have a matte and they also have a gloss, and I found it at Michael's. Now I'm going to move on to the tag. Now this tag is from the Dollar Tree, and I just took off that bottom part, and then I was going to try to remove the paper, but I'm like, why, girl? You're just going to cover it up anyway. So then I thought, well, maybe I'll use the back, and I used my heat tool to get off those stickers, but I'm just going to cover it up, and I just went with the front anyway. So this is the paper I'm using. This is the pad it came from. It is from the Paper Studio, which is a Habe Labe brand. So what I need to do is, because the paper's not quite long enough, I need to piece it together, which I did with no problem. I used some Mod Podge just to attach the paper, smooth everything out, and then we're moving on and we'll complete this tag. It's just turning out so cute. Totally my style. I wanted to add a bit of whimsy to my sign, so I pulled out some rickrack. Now I got this at Hobby Lobby. Just cut it down to size using my Fabri-Tac glue as well as some hot glue, and just putting 2 pieces of the rickrack, one at the top and one at the bottom. Now to attach my Santa, I like dimension, and I like my signs to have some dimension. So what I used is some tumbling tower blocks that I already had painted for a different project and decided not to use, so they turned out perfect for this particular project. So to get my just to make sure everything is nice and secure, I like to use E6000 as well as hot glue to glue everything down. So then my sign is all finished. I just thought it was finished. I need to make a bow for my Santa. Yes, Santa can have a bow, a cute, whimsical country bow. So I'm using some homespun. Now, I've been getting some questions about where people can buy homespun fabric. You can get that, guys, at Walmart, Joann Fabrics. Hobby Lobby has it. Also, there is a place that I found online called Jubilee Fabrics. I will have a link in the description box if you cannot find it in your hometown, because they do ship. Okay, so I just cut off 2 strips of that. I'm also using 3 20mm jingle bells. Now, I got those jingle bells from Hobby Lobby many years ago, but I do have some linked in my Amazon store if you cannot find them. So I'm using some pine. I just cut that pine in half, and then I just have some sisal twine that I made a small bow. So at first I was going to thread on my jingle bells with a pipe cleaner, and I had like a why is this not working? And I'm like, you silly girl, you don't use pipe cleaners, you use wire. So I go back in a bit and take off that pipe cleaner with those jingle bells and use my wire, my thin wire that I like to get from the Dollar Tree in the automotive section. That is my favorite wire right now. And so I'm kind of struggling with this. I'm like, why is this not twisting? Why is this not working too good? And so I kept this in here to share my struggles with you guys, because I do. I share this only to encourage you. My projects have a lot of different steps, and I am so grateful that there are so many friends that appreciate it and that leave me the sweetest comments to say that you have learned so much just by watching. It's very entertaining. You shared some of your struggles and your stories with me, and I am so grateful that you are here. I absolutely love to paint snowmen, and also I love to flip Dollar Tree signs, one thing and make it something else. Now, this is not my original idea. A sweet member over in the Country Charm Crafted community had shared her jack-o'-lantern or her 3-stack pumpkins turned snowman. And so I'm like, oh my goodness, I need to make some of those. So I had some of these 3-stack jack-o'-lanterns. Now, over the years, Dollar Tree has these. They may look a little different. They may have like extra characters or something on them, but just a box blade or some scissors and just your imagination, you can get some of that stuff off if you're interested in making a snowman like this. All right, so what I did is I just painted it a color of just white chalk paint. And also I measured out some scrapbook paper and adhered that to the back. And just like I do with all of my shading, I use my flat paintbrush and some milk chocolate paint. I dip half of my brush in paint, the other half in clean water. I blend on a paper towel, and then I shade around my project. I also do my cheeks the same way. I, use that little stencil brush and some coral color paint. And then for the eyes, I just use my round paintbrush just to add some eyes, and then my little detailing brush to add some eyebrows and some eyelashes. I chose to use some puffy paint for the orange carrot for the snowman's nose. And I just used my heat tool just to speed that up a bit. Now, I know I'm going a little fast in this video, but the original video in slow motion of how I made this snowman, of how I, painted everything, how I, made the hat with all of the cute, primitive country stuff that I love so much. That video link will be in the description box below. Started with is this red truck gift box from the Dollar Tree, as well as one of the signs that I had left over from Halloween, and that is what's going to be the base of my sign. And so after I took off the hanger, I was going to use some plaster, which is more ivory paint, but I changed my mind and decided to use some white paint. And this is actually chalk paint. It's actually what I had on hand and grabbed that. I'm also going to be using some crackle medium. And so what I did is I gave it a base coat of the white paint. And then once that was dry, I gave this a thick coat of the crackle medium. Now, right here, I'm brushing it on, but in a second, I'm just going to pour it on because I had like a brain lapse in thinking. I was like, girl, put it just pour it on because I like thick on there because I wanted to make some crackles. And I do have a separate video of how to crackle paint. I will link to that for those who are interested. I let my crackle paint completely dry, and then I'm going to put on another coat of white paint. I know it kind of is not going to show up too good on camera, but it gave me the cracks that I wanted to make it look like the snow for the back of my truck. And so then once that, then the camera kind of picks it up a little bit, but I don't know. I just really like this crack look, and it just really gives me what I'm looking for my projects. Now, for the top of this, I'm using this color Agave, which is a chalk paint as well. It was the color that I just decided to use. Now, I'll be honest with you, this was just a tad thick, so I should have watered it down a bit since it is a water-based chalk paint, and I could have got some better cracks, but I just kind of went with it. And so I put it on really thick, and so I didn't really mean to do that, but I just kind of went with it. And once it was all dry, I had my other my other painting on there, it was really okay. So then now I'm just taking a stencil brush and just kind of stippling on some paint where the agave and the white paint met. That kind of just gives me that snowy look. I'm also taking that stencil brush and just pouncing on some different kind of looks like snowflakes or just some decoration for the background of my board. The next thing I think I do is I will take the end of that brush and just put some white dots. I'm kind of mimicking what the background of the box was, and I'm going to put some snowflakes on there just using my number 2 liner brush, and just going to make this really cute. I use my number 2 liner brush just to make some snowflakes on the background. And then once that is dry, I'm going to take some stickles, which is like glitter glue. It's kind of used a lot in paper crafting, and I have so much of this stuff that left that I'm just really trying to use up. You can find it in the scrapbooking section of the craft store. Anyway, I wanted to give it a bit of glitter, so I'm just putting some of this. I think it's called Stardust is in. So I'm just going over the snowflakes and putting in some, just some color into each of the like dots, just to give it some, iridescent color and just some glitter, glistening snow. That's what I'm kind of going for. The stickle takes a little bit to dry, so I put that to the side, and then now I'm going to work on my gift box. Just take off the edges of it, for the gift box. Just cut those off so that I can tear and work with it a bit better. Okay, so first of all, I want to tear. I'm actually tearing toward my body, and I'm tearing off this part of the section of the box that says Merry Christmas, because I'm going to use that, but I'm going to use it in a different fashion. So I'm carefully trying to tear it away so that it doesn't tear into the portion that I want for the truck, and then it doesn't tear any of my letters. Okay, so I like the ragged or torn edge where it has a bit of the box showing. So I'm carefully trying to go around the letters as close as I can get, and then just tear it around. I'm tearing the box or the portion of this section, toward my body so that I get the ragged, torn edge that I like. I'm going to do the same thing with the truck, just carefully tearing it around the section of what I want to do for the truck. Now, since I did my own background, I'm not gonna, those trees are beautiful, but I had kind of a different vision in mind. So I'm just going around the truck and just tearing it around, and I don't want that bow. So I'm just kind of tearing. I know it's kind of sad, but I didn't want that bow. Anyway, so I'm just tearing around the edge of the truck again, tearing it toward my body so that it gives me the torn, ragged edge that I like. Sometimes I'm right-handed, so I tear with my right hand, and my left hand I kind of help guide it so that it kind of tears where I want it to. And just sharing that because when I did the snowman sign, I got a lot of questions on how to tear the box. So I thought I would just mention that. All right, for the letters, I'm just using my liner brush just to give it some white paint highlight. I just used some acrylic paint for that. I also did like a snowflake in the where the dot of the eye was, then went back and used my stickles, that Stardust stickles, just to give it some more, iridescent highlight. Okay, so then I'm like, oh, yes, I have to put some white doodles around. So I'm just using that same liner brush and just going around and where I want, just giving some doodles around the edges. I like the border, and I just really feel it's part of what makes me what I like and kind of makes my projects pop. So to add some dimension, I'm just using some Jenga blocks or tumbling tower blocks that I get from the Dollar Tree, and just adding it to the back of the truck just to, like I said, make some dimension. I'm just using some hot glue just to attach everything, and I wanted to put my truck on first before I put my Merry Christmas on, because I wanted to make sure that I get the placement correct. And just doing the same same thing with the Jenga blocks, just putting a couple of those on the back of the words so that I can put it on the Merry Christmas, and then I'll glue all of that down. I should have done this before I put my truck, glued it all down, but I completely forgot. Just taking my fine Sharpie marker and just going around and giving it a black outline. This is something I like to do for my projects. I think that it just really makes the project pop and just brings it to life. And so, like I said, I should have done this before I glued it down. It really was okay. It just was a little awkward for me for my hand because I couldn't, you know, like press down on it kind of thing. Anyway, but it all turned out great. And just adding, just some black Sharpie marker, it just makes the project pop and it just really brings it to life. Then I'll go back and add some white, just acrylic paint to the tires just to give them some treads and bring that part of the project to life as well. Then once that is dry, then what I'll do is I'll go back with the stickles, and what I want to do is I want to bring out the headlights, and also I want to just randomly give some stickles, which is that glitter glue, just to bring out just some iridescent or some sparkle to this whole Christmas decor piece. I'll do the same thing with the letters. I just went around and just gave it just some stickles just to make them, the letters pop. And so that when you kind of see the letters, they kind of glimmer just a bit. Now, for a hanger, what I decided to use is the sisal twine that I got from Hobby Lobby. And what I did is I knotted it about 3 or 4 times, probably 4, just so because of this particular sign had those holes in it. And so I wanted a thicker knot so that it wouldn't, pull through that. And then once I get the twine on there, then what I did is I just took some homespun fabric. I had these strips already finished or already done, meaning I like to rip my strips of fabric off of my homespun, off of the bigger piece, and I like the jagged edge or the ripped edge, and so I just gave it just a small bow on each of the edges. It kind of masks the like where the twine kind of goes through, and it just gives a decorative touch. I'm using some of these things from the Dollar Tree, as well as some other places. I will kind of let you know where all of the supplies came from as I get to it. I'm going to start with this little Christmas box. Now, my son and my grandson had given me my gift in this box, and I said, oh, that is the cutest little snowman. And so instantly I said, I could transform him. So that's what I'm going to do. The base of what I am going to, adhere that to are these 2 signs from Halloween from the Dollar Tree. I liked the edge of them. They kind of look jagged, and I thought that would look really cute with some snow, faux snow on them for a wintry scene. Okay, the first thing I'm trying to do is get the staples out. They were pretty deep in there, and I've used a couple of different tools, but what helped the best was this upholstery tool. Now, a sweet viewer had shared this with me in a different video. It is linked in my Amazon shop if it's something that you're interested in checking out, but it helps get out those deep staples. I guess they use them in upholstery shops. Anyway, and so now what I'm doing, I'm just trying to figure out how I want my signs to butt up where they kind of, lay nicely together. And so then I have some paint sticks I just picked up at the hardware store like Lowe's, or yeah, it was probably Lowe's. And so then I'm just cutting off about an inch because they're a tad too long, and if I'm just making this for myself, and so if I were to be giving this away or selling it, I would definitely cover up this back, but it doesn't matter to me since I'm keeping it for myself. Anyway, so I am just hot gluing the sticks to the back of the signs just for stability. Then to cover up like that seam where the signs are together, I just have some of this kind of like filler spackle from the Dollar Tree, and I am just going around and just putting it in between where that where the signs meet, and then also in the holes of the staple. And I should have wet my fingers already, because once I took a baby wipe and tried to clean up a little bit, I discovered that it actually goes on a little more smoother. So I didn't know, like once I painted the crackle technique on it, I didn't know if it would, if the spackle were to adhere to, it and that kind of thing, which it did. It worked out just fine, but I didn't know at the moment. Now I'm just using some buttermilk Americana paint. It's just acrylic paint. I want that to be the bottom layer because that is what's going to show through the cracks, because I'm going to put my this color, then a crackle medium layer, and then navy blue on top. And so this right here is what is going to show through the cracks. So I'm using some crackle medium, and you can get this at the craft store, or I do have it linked in my Amazon store. And so I like to use the crackle technique on a lot of my projects. And so I am just putting some here on the board, and then I just take my brush and just go over it. And it's, I kind of take my time with it. I make sure that all of the areas are covered. And one of the ways that I kind of can tell is if I kind of hold the sign up or whatever I'm doing, I kind of hold it up, and I can kind of see if there's like a spot that I miss. Okay, while my crackle medium sign is drying, I completely let that dry completely. And so what I'm doing is I'm working on my snowman. And so I cut off like a bit of the excess of the box. And so then I'm going to start tearing it because, you can see like in the picture, I am going to distress the edges, and it kind of looks to me like some wood. And so it all kind of ties the project together for me. So I'm just taking my time, and I'm going around the edges of the snowman, and where my left hand is, where my finger is, I am just holding that. I'm kind of positioning it there, and then I'm tearing along where I want my tear to be, because that is what helps me guide it, so that I don't tear too much into the actual snowman. And so I just go around and I just tear off as much of the, cardboard that I want. And then I'm going to go back and I'm going to distress it with my favorite distress ink, which is a vintage photo, distress ink by Tim Holtz. I'm using my Posca pen in white, the PC3M, and I'm going to show you here. It kind of, just like a paint pen, it kind of came out a little extra on, on the hat, but that's okay. We're going to make it work. I'm just, just going with it. And so I use my heat tool to kind of set that up. I'll go back over, and doodle up everything with my black Sharpie marker and make everything really cute. I thought he had a really cute face already, so I didn't do anything extra to that. Yeah, just adding a little bit more character. For the winter blessings little sign for my decor, I'm using the bottom of the box and I'm just cutting away some of the excess that I don't need, and to give myself, some writing space. I'm using this Posca pen. It's a PC-5M, which is one of my favorites for little projects like this. And it's like a paint pen, so you have to shake it up and, make sure that you have the ink to come down. And so I'm just hand lettering winter blessings on it. And I'll do that by, just writing out the words and then doing my little happy dots on each end of the letters. It's just something that I like to do for myself. And then for the dot of each eye, I am going to do a snowflake. I'll do the same thing with my sign. I will cut off the excess of the box, and then I'm going to tear around the edges to give it the jagged or ragged edge, or the ripped edge. I want to, I find like tearing it towards myself or towards my body, that is what gives it the look that I want. If I would tear it the other way, it would give it a whole different look. So just, if you like this look, just, play around with it and see the different looks that you can get by tearing your paper different ways so that, it gives you the look that you want. Just using that same ink in Vintage Photo, I'm just going around the sign with my finger dauber and just giving it some color. And then I'll also do the same thing with a Q-tip. I'll just use that, my ink, and go around the letters just for extra depth and dimension. Then I'm going to use my Posca pen, the PC-3M, and just highlighting the dots of the ends of the letters just for some highlight. Now that my crackle medium is all dry, it will be shiny, but there's no wetness to it. I'm using this blue paint. It is a Deep Midnight Blue by Americana. It's just an acrylic paint, and I work in sections because actually it starts to crack right before your eyes, and so I want to avoid taking my brush and going over it several times, so I try to get as much paint on my brush. I load my brush as much as possible, where I only have to do one downstroke so that I don't go over it. Because I don't know, it just doesn't give a really pretty effect. And once I show you how it all dries, you'll kind of see what I'm talking about, because if I go over it a little bit more, it does tend to not crack as nicely. So now my board is all dry, and you can kind of see it gives it a really, really nice crackle finish. And so then now I'm just going to attach my sign and my snowman, and I want him to be three-dimensional. And so I achieve that just with some little wooden blocks from the Dollar Tree, the Jenga blocks or tumbling tower blocks that you find in the kids toy section. And so I'm just hot gluing those to the back of my snowman. Then I'll glue those to the sign or to my back sign, and then I'll also do the winter blessings as well. And then I couldn't decide if I wanted to use the burlap snowflakes or the white snowflakes, so I was just kind of, you know, back and forth a little bit trying to figure out which ones I wanted to use, because I wanted to use both of them. But since I did the distressing on the snowman and the sign, I ended, and this is rustic, you know, I ended up using the burlap snowflakes from Hobby Lobby. I'm using these wintry branches. Now I picked these up at Walmart. They were in the, you know, floral section, and they look icy branches. And so I'm just trying to figure out, how do I want to put them? So then I needed something to stick them into. So I pulled out my trusty Excelsior. It gives, you know, a barrier, something for it to stick to, and also adds a bit of whimsy, which I do like. And so I'm just hot gluing that to the bottom of the snowman, and then will attach the you know, the icy looking branches to the bottom of the snowman. For his bow, I decided to make a bow for like to put where his scarf is, and so to kind of camouflage the redness of the scarf. So I have this 2.5-inch ribbon from Hobby Lobby. It's just a polka dot ribbon, and I'm just making a 2-loop bow, and I use my little tiny attacher stapler to you know, hold it together in the middle. And at first I was going to use this one, this check one, but then I decided, no, I'm not going to use that. So I wrap that back up, put that to the side. I'm using some different trims, and so you know, if you've watched my videos for a while, when I make my little messy bows, junk bows, refab bows, whatever you want to call them, my little bows like this, I like to use a different kind of trims and ribbons, because you know, it just adds just some different texture to your bows. And so I have this you know, these trims. I get my trims at Hobby Lobby, Walmart, anywhere like little trims like this are sold. And so I'll just continue to make my bow. I'm also using some muslin fabric. I don't know if I said that already, but I'm using some muslin fabric that I already had ripped, and just cutting that off in strips. I'll go back later and clean it up once I get my bow done. I'm just using a pipe cleaner to gather it all in the center, and then I will use my needle nose pliers to help get it really, really tight, because I want my bow to pop. And what I mean by that is, like, when I get it really, really tight, it kind of like shakes around and it like perks up those ribbons, because that is the look that I'm going for. And by getting that pipe cleaner really, really tight, I can have that little pop of my bow. To attach my bow, I'm pulling out a bit more of the Excelsior, and then I'll hot glue that to the scarf that's on the snowman. And so the object is, I want to kind of take away or camouflage that redness of the scarf. And then I just use my scissors to trim up any of the ribbon tails that don't lay right. Anyway, so then now I am going to use some all-purpose caulk from the Dollar Tree, and I want to give my snowman some faux snow. And so I'm just using some caulk and a stick, and I want to camouflage some of those or cover up some of those red berries that's on the snowman's hat from this particular snowman. And so I'm just taking some of those frosted branches and more of the caulk, and just kind of, you know, putting some of that in there so that it kind of covers up those red berries and stuff. And so then I'll just go around and I'll just add some more caulking, just by giving it just some faux snow, just hitting the high areas. I kind of just play with it until I like the look of it and just continue to add some faux snow to my sign. Then to give it extra glisten, I add some Martha Stewart's fine glitter. And so if you don't like glitter, then don't do this part, but I like to use this fine glitter, and then I go over my caulking just to give it a little of snow glistening. I do the same thing at the top. That's why I liked these signs from the Dollar Tree. They were Halloween signs, and I just liked the jagged edge. It kind of reminded me of, something that you would see like an old picket fence. And so I just take my caulking and just go around the top of my sign and just around the top of the winter blessings. Also, I am sprinkling on some glitter. I know the camera and the video does not pick up the glistening of the sign, but I love the way that this turned out. I decided just to have it set against like my little setup here. I'm not going to put a hanger on it. My first intention was I was going to put a hanger on it, but I just like it without a hanger, just in my little winter decor setup that I have here. And these next fun projects were part of my craft and chat session that I usually do when I craft live with my community, and I create crafts in real time. I'll chat with you as long as I'm live, and I have so much fun doing these. But for this video collection purpose, I wanted to just kind of hit the high points, just give you the Cliff Notes version of it. Now, this was part of Craft Round the Clock group that I am a hostess in on Facebook. And so we had a theme week. It was grocery trash to treasure. And so what I did is I created one of my country Santas using a wine cooler bottle. I made one of my cute Santas, and also in the video I will show you that I had previously done one just using a megaphone. I had just painted a Santa face on. So in these two projects, I did one country bottle Santa. I did another trash to treasure Christmas craft, and that was using some cardboard and just different things to create a fun Christmas tree. I will leave a link to the original video in the description box if you would like to hear what I'm doing when I was crafting real time and kind of get different tidbits of what I was doing at that time. So as I mentioned, the Santa is one that I had previously painted last year, and I just never finished it. So I decided to finish it on this session of a Craft and Chat with Tracy. So as I mentioned, it was a wine cooler bottle that I had painted. The bottom layer I had painted with a coat of white chalk paint. Then I used the chalk paint in the color crimson just to give it the red color. And then I used medium flesh for just to give the circle for the face. And then to make my beards, I like to use the all-purpose caulking that I pick up from the Dollar Tree, and then I just spread that on just with a palette knife and let that dry completely. And then to give it kind of an aged look, what I do is I water down brown paint, and then I just brush that on, and then wipe off any excess with a baby wipe. And by doing that, it kind of seeps into the crevices and just gives it the look of hit and miss on the caulking. Okay, now for the Santa beard, what I like to use is this homespun yarn that I've had in my stash for a long time. A friend recently shared that she did get some last year in at Michael's, and so that is just just sharing a place to get that. Okay, so then I used an old sock for my hat for my Santa. Just put a cute jingle bell on with some greenery and some homespun fabric. Okay, so for project 2, what I use, as I mentioned earlier, this was grocery trash to treasure. So we were supposed to use something that we would throw away from the grocery store. And so what I did is I used part of a cardboard box. I tore it off to look like a Christmas tree. For the trunk of the tree, I used a paper towel holder. I painted everything up, just, putting my little primitive country touches on it. Used some pip berries, a rusty star, and just some homespun fabric, and just made a cute little Christmas sign. If you would like to see the slower, kind of more in real time version of these 2 crafts, you can look for the description box, the link in the description box below of when I did do this real time, when I was chatting with my community. And for video purposes, I wanted to just, hit the highlights so that I could put all of my collection video together for my friends that may not have seen the original videos. Rag tree. Now, I know I have seen a lot of these on YouTube as well as Pinterest and then the crafting group, but I wanted to share my version with you. So that's what I'm doing in this video. Thanks for being here. Welcome back if you are returning, and welcome to my channel if you are new. All right, guys, let's go ahead and get started. Let me share how I created this primitive country rag tree. Okay, what I started with is this tinsel tree from the Dollar Tree. Now, it had like that green tinsel on it, so I just took my scissors, snipped it on one side, and then unraveled it so that I could get all of the green tinsel off. And once that's all pulled off, then I'm left with this form. It's a plastic form, so I don't want to bend it too much because it may either bend or break, but that's what I'm left with. Now, there's quite a bit of space in between, like the bottom row into the second row, and then to the top row. And so what I decided to kind of close that up a bit and to give me something else that I can attach my fabric on, I have this green wire. It's very pliable. I've had this in my stash. I think I got this at Craft Outlet. But I've seen something similar to this at Dollar Tree. Anyway, so what I'm going to do is I'm just going to bend it around and just, attach it so that it gives me an extra like wire to put on my fabric. These are the two fabrics that I'm using, this homespun fabric, and then I had some muslin fabric. I probably got this at Hobby Lobby or something like that. Anyway, I just ripped just sections of these, and then I cut them down to like maybe 9 or 10 inches. I just used my pinking shears. Well, those are what I'm going to use to cut off the excess of the ribbon once I put it on my tree like like this. Anyway, so what I did is I just tied little knots on there. And at first, what I did is I wrapped just a piece of the homespun fabric around the bottom ring. And honestly, once I got the fabric on there, my little fabric bows, you didn't even really see it, but it just made me feel better by having that on there. And so now let me show you how I put my ribbon on. And what I'm showing you here is I had put that wire on there, and that's what I tied my ribbon tails. But you can kind of see I'm showing you here with an extra one that I had. You know, I had put an extra piece of wire on there in the middle in between those sections because it was just too big, and I just wanted my ribbons to lay on there like that. So here I'm showing you here, my muslin fabric seems to be a little bit wider, probably about 1/2 inch. So I folded it in half just like that. I went just over that little piece right there, pulled it, and then I took both pieces of the fabric through the opening of the fabric, just pulled it just like that. And then I just pulled a little knot like that. And that's what I did all the way around until I got as many of these on there. And probably I put between 4 and 5, probably, you know, on the larger part of the tree, I put probably 5. And then when I got to, you know, to the top of the tree, I got a little less. And so then this is where I use my pinking shears just to trim off everything so that everything looks even. So let me share what I did where the bars cross. And what I did is I took the next ribbon and I folded it over that bar where it kind of, you know, catty cornered it, and then I did the same thing. The knot was just a tad bigger, but I was okay. By the time I got all of my fabric on my tree, you really couldn't tell, but it made me feel better by covering up that section where the bars meet. And then I just continued with my next piece of fabric until I got all the way around. Then I'm going to work on the next section, and because there's so much space in between those, you know, the plastic bars, I needed to put another piece of wire. Again, I got this wire from Craft Outlet, but I've seen something similar at Dollar Tree, or maybe we can find it at other places. Anyway, so I just wrapped it around the tree and just, you know, made it taunt, or made it where it would not, you know, slide down. There are some small notches or some small grooves in this plastic tree. I guess that's how they, you know, kept the tinsel on there. So it worked great for my wife. So I put another small piece of wire there at the top so that I could put on my fabric strips, and that just turned out really good. I like the fullness of this tree. So then now I'm left with this little section right here. So what I did, there were like 4 different parts of the plastic form. So I just did the same thing. I just, you know, put a fabric piece on there, and it gave me the fullness. So then I was left with just a tiny bit there at the top. So I just took a piece of that muslin fabric that I had left, and what I'm going to do is just kind of twist it on itself. I'm going to hot glue it so that it stays down, and then I just kind of wrap that around the top of the tree. And actually this worked out perfect because my tree topper is one that I got from Hobby Lobby. Now the packaging may be just a little different. They seem to have different, they call it something different, but it's in the mini ornament or the mini tree section there at Hobby Lobby, and I've seen them for several years, but it's perfect for my little primitive country crafts that I love to do with you all. I have some of these rusty jingle bells. Now I rusted my own jingle bells using the method that my sweet friend Linda from FaithChick777 shared on her channel. I will have a link in the description box below if you would like to find out how to rust metals. I just used her technique and it worked out perfect. Anyway, so I just took some of these jingle bells and also some jute string and just threaded the jingle bell on the jute string, and then now I'm just kind of attaching it to the frame, and then I tied it into a bow, and I really think that it just adds a more country, more rustic feel to this primitive country rag tree. For this project, I'm sharing how I make my rustic Christmas trees. This turned out so nice, and I can't wait to decorate my home with it this year. Okay, so what I'm using is one of these wood tree forms from the Dollar Tree, and I am going to give it 2 coats of the pine green acrylic paint. And like I said, I gave it 2 coats, but it's really okay if it doesn't completely cover it because it's rustic. And so I just kind of, just went with it. For the bottom, for the stem, I'm using this milk chocolate paint. So I gave the trunk of the tree 2 coats of that. And then to add a more rustic, I just took my sanding block that I get these at the Dollar Tree and just sanded the whole tree. And then also I wanted to mention I'm making this where it's 2-sided. I am doing the same thing on both sides. So I painted both sides the same way with the pine green color paint and the brown for the trunk of the tree. I'm going to do some highlighting, and I'm using this color as buttermilk, and I'm going to do some edging around the or just some doodling around the edge of the tree. I'm not being very precise because I don't want it to be very thick like I usually do, so I'm just kind of highlighting, hitting and missing different parts of it because I think that just kind of adds to the character and the beauty of the tree. So I'll just go around that both sides. I do let one side dry before I flip it over to the other side. And so then once that's dried, then I will give it I'm going to use that same buttermilk paint just to do some splattering. I wanted this tree to stand up on its own, and to help with that, I just painted 4 tumbling tower blocks. I just painted them the same color of milk chocolate brown paint. I glued those 2 together, and then I am going to glue the first set to the front of the tree. Then I'm going to glue the second set to the back of the tree so that it's freestanding. To decorate my tree, I have this pitberry and jingle bell garland that I got from Joann's. I had it in my stash. I think I got this in 2019, and so I'm not quite sure what they have this year, but I just love it so much, and it's just, little garland and wire. And so I'm just going to kind of wrap it around my tree just to give it, that primitive or rustic country look for my tree. And then I'm not gluing it or anything. I just kind of bend at the wire at the bottom, and then I'll stick it through the hole at the top. Now, to take my tree to another level, I have my homespun fabric, and I rip off just 1/2 inch or even thinner of the homespun fabric. I just tie it's not even a bow. I just tie like a knot in it, and then I glue different bows around both sides. I decided on some raffia for a bow. I thought about putting a rusty star on there, but since it had the hole in it, I was like, yeah, it's perfect to tie a raffia bow in there. And the raffia that I use, I get at Walmart in the craft section. I love that raffia. It's just very pliable, like very thin, and it's a very easy to work with that I have found. Anyway, so I just tie a bow there, and then I'll just cut off, the long tail so that it looks nice. And so I just love the way that this rustic Christmas tree turned out. I know I will be making more because this is totally, guys, this is country Christmas to me, and this is how I decorate my home. Okay, here are the supplies I'm using for this cute little nativity setup. I'm using 2 of these blocks from this tumbling tower set that I picked up from Five Below. These are the larger ones. And then these 1 smaller tumbling tower block that is from Dollar Tree. So you can kind of see the difference. And then I have 2 20 beads that I'm using for Joseph and Mary's head, and then a 15 millimeter split ball for baby Jesus. Have a piece of burlap. Now, to give the color for the wood, I'm using this antique wax that I'm just going to put it on with my with a baby wipe. Also, so that Mary is just a head shorter of Joseph, I just cut off a little piece of that block just using my saw. I've decided to add 1 more of those larger tumbling tower blocks and paint it with a couple of coats of this plaster color chalk paint. This is going to be just a little sign that I'm going to hand letter on. Once I have all of my little wooden pieces, colored and stained, I have this piece of gingham fabric that I'm going to use for the headscarf for Mary. And so I'm going to have the jagged edge or the ragged edge on top of her head. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to glue these. I'm going to use hot glue and some E6000 so that it gives a permanent hold. And then this is the piece of burlap I'm going to wrap around baby Jesus, and I'm just going to use some sisal twine, a piece of that, to tie it around. For the sign, I have this piece of craft cardstock, and I'm going to hand letter on here, tear the edges, distress them, and then glue it onto the block just to give it a little different look and some texture and dimension. To add a bit of shimmer and sparkle, I have this puffy paint in gold. It's kind of translucent, and I'm going to just put a coat over the sign just to give it a little shimmer. When I picked my beads, I didn't realize that the hole would be showing at the top. I didn't get that a thought. So I just pulled out a piece of this brown fabric. It's kind of like muslin, and I'm going to put that for the head thing for Joseph. And then I'm just going to use some E6000 and hot glue just to glue this together so that it stands just like that. And it's a little cute shelf sitter. Now, if someone wanted to, put a jute hanger on it, it could be easily transformed into an ornament. For my next project, I am making this Oh Holy Night sign. I just think it is has such a statement and it's just so cute. So what I'm using is a frame. I picked this up from a thrift store, but you can get these kind of frames anywhere. I'm also using these letter tiles or like Scrabble tiles. For my background, I'm going to use this ribbon that I've had on hand for quite a while. I had got it at Hobby Lobby on sale. I'm also using a rusty star that I got from Hobby Lobby as well. But there in my Amazon store are rusty stars if you can't find any like that. Okay, so the first thing I did, I wanted to distress this a bit more, so I'm just doing that using my antique wax and a stencil brush. And then I'm going to trim out the ribbon just to fit on the back of with the frame, like the cardboard backing. So I just trimmed that out and I attached it with my Fabri-Tac glue just to keep everything down. And I chose this ribbon because it was dark. It's like a very, very dark navy, and it has like almost a wool texture to it. I'm not quite sure if it's still available, but I just love it so much for this piece. And so I just put it back in the frame there, and then I'm going to measure out how to, how I want to lay everything out. And so I try to figure out how I want to lay it out for the frame so that, it's all nice. So I put down my star first, and then I'm just going to lay out my word tiles, or, spell out the words that I want. Like I said, I got these from Walmart, and a tip that I've learned that, they're blank on the back. So if you don't have a letter, you can always write the letter you need, on the back of a letter that you don't use. And so like for the trunk of the tree, I'm using a Z because a lot of the words that I spell out, I don't need a Z. Anyway, so that's just a tip for you. So I had just laid all of the letter tiles out first, and then now I'm just going back and hot gluing everything so that, everything is secure. Okay, I'm starting with a 14-inch wire frame, and this burlap 21-inch mesh is from Craft Outlet. I attach it at the top, and then I go across to the bottom. I like to add my mesh like this because when I put my signs on, I feel that it gives me something, in the middle for it to hold. And so I start in the inner ring, and I put 8-inch poofs around there. And then as I come around and I get to the top, I just untwist that one so that it's all connected together. And then I'll just continue, and usually like where the wire or the bar is across, that's usually where I put my pipe cleaners. And so for this first layer of the 21-inch mesh, I'm putting 12 pipe cleaners. Then when I get to the connect to that end there, then I will drop down to the outer ring, and I put my pipe cleaner around 2 bars, and I will make my poofs probably between 9 and 10 inches. I will end up putting 12 pipe cleaners, and then when I get to the end, I just cut off with my scissors. Now, for my next layer, I'm using 4 10-inch mesh. 3 of them came from Hobby Lobby. The red and the green window pane mesh came from Craft Outlet. And so then here I'm showing you the 2 sets that I'm going to put together, the black and the white, and the red and the green, and then I will put this red and white and the craft color together, and I'm going to make 6. I'm going to cut 6 of each of these to make 12 bundles total. And so I roll out these together. I just use my rotary cutter and cut them at 12 inches. And so I will cut 6 of this pattern. Then I'll move on to the black and white and the red and the green and cut 6 of those as well. And then I will make cruffles and put them into my wreath. So how I make my cruffles is just, rolling it 2 times, clipping it, turning it, around, go on the other side, clip it. Then I gather it in the middle, make like a ruffle or a cruffle, and then I cross them like in an X pattern, and then I clamp them with some clamps that I get from the Dollar Tree. Now I have 12 pipe cleaners on here, and so what I'm showing you is that I have one on the inner ring and one on the outer ring, and I get questions about this because people don't know, where do I put this? I put one on the top, one on the bottom. Then the next I'll do opposite. I'll put the other one on the top and the other one on the bottom. So I alternate back and forth in a zigzag pattern, just to, alternate them so that they're not side by side the same one. Get this mesh on, I will have 12 sets of the 2 deco mesh on there. And so then now what I'm sharing is because the pipe cleaners are kind of, one on top of the other, I have what I consider holes, 6 holes in this deco mesh wreath that I'm going to cut 6 of these white snowball mesh and make cruffles with them as well. Then I will just take pipe cleaners and just go in between that deco mesh where I consider the hole would be. And sometimes it's, easier if you like make it and then you see what the person is talking about rather than having to describe it. I hope that makes sense. But, when you're looking at the wreath and you put your deco mesh on, and, in this pattern, the way that I'm sharing, then, you can kind of see where the holes are. And then that's where I include this white deco mesh wreath. And I did it the same way. I made my cruffles. And so then I am just, going through the middle and just attaching it with a pipe cleaner. And then the white I like to use for my 6 extra ones that I put in the holes. I like to use a coordinating color that's opposite or that has a coordinating color to bring it out and make it pop. For the ribbons that I'm using in this wreath, I like to use 3 different sets together so that I can alternate them in the coordinating colors. And I like to have a set that I use 3 2.5-inch ribbons, and the black and white came from Michael's. The red and white dot came from Hobby Lobby, and the gnome wreath, or the gnome ribbon rather, came from Walmart. And so what I like to do is I just help myself by streamlining and getting my ribbon bundles together, so that way when I'm ready to put them on my wreath, all I have to do is grab and go. And so one thing that really helps me is putting a teeny tiny staple in them to keep them together. And this stapler is in my Amazon shop. Yes, I have gotten questions. You can use a regular staple. It's just a little bit bigger. I like to use a small one because it's teeny tiny and I don't even know it's there. Anyway, so then this next set is the red sheer ribbon I got from Walmart, and that black and white buffalo check, and the craft came from Hobby Lobby. This sparkly with the red, the 2.5 is from Sam's Club. I think I got that. And then that white with the red cute check on the edges is from Walmart. And so I'm just kind of showing you there how I insert my ribbon together. Now my 2.5 I cut at 13 inches, and my 1.5 ribbons I cut at 12 inches so that they would lay a little bit better. All right, I also made just some raffia bows that I'm going to be putting in one set of the ribbon, and it looks like I put that in the red ribbons. And so this is why I like to have my ribbon bundles ready to go, and I start somewhere and I just put in my ribbon bundles, and then I alternate up, down, up, down, up, down in a zigzag pattern until I get all the way around the wreath. That way I don't have two ribbons next to each other. And, everything is sporadic and, looks really cute and ties all in together. And how I usually pick my ribbons is depending on the season, and also a lot goes with my sign. And so since I was using this Gnome sign, it has a black and white buffalo check. It also has the red present and the green ribbon. It also has some green, like his little boots or shoes has some green. And so that's kind of how I pick my ribbons and how I pick the coordinating colors. One thing I also do is once I put my ribbons in my pipe cleaners, I trim them off, and then I twist the pipe cleaner down and give a dot of hot glue to seal it, because I do feel that it gives a little bit extra protection for my wreath. So again, I based everything off of this cute gnome sign that I got from the Dollar Tree. Now, it's already cute, but what I like to do is kind of add some embellishment, some outline, some highlight, just to bring out a little bit more of its character. And how I do that is just take a fine Sharpie marker and just go around the edges. I'm not being very precise. I'm almost doing like an outline or a border. Now, when I get to the beard, since it's glitter, you can't be very solid, so I just kind of hit and miss there on that glitter. But the others, I just kind of go around and just kind of give it some enhancement just to bring it to life. And then I'll do the same thing with some white paint in my number 2 liner brush, just going around the edges and like the present, his shoes, his nose, just to kind of bring it out and give it more character. Since I am an old school country crafter, I love me some paint splatters, and I make sure that my table is covered because paint splattering, it does get messy. And I use a stiff brush as well as a small stick, and you could use a toothbrush if you would like as well. And I just splatter with black paint, and then I'll go back over it with white paint. And this cute gnome is country cute now. So to once it's dry, then to attach it to my wreath, I use these 1-inch cable ties. I have them linked in my Amazon store if that's something that you're interested in. I just use some E6000 and some hot glue just to attach the holders on the back. And so then what I do is I attach it to my frame, so that my sign is secure. All right, to bring the green out in this gnome, what I'm using is this pine, and this came from Hobby Lobby. I just cut off sprigs of that, and then I attach it in between the wreath. I attach my embellishments. I make sure that I get like in the flaps so that everything is nice and secure. I like to use Gorilla hot glue sticks and just make sure everything is secure by getting in between those Deco mesh flaps. I'm also going to add some pip berries. Now these particular pip berries you can get all year round in the garland section at Hobby Lobby. They come on a strand, and I just take off, I untwist them off of the strand, and then I use them individual picks in my wreaths and my other crafts. And I just love them so much. It just really makes my primitive country heart very happy to use them. Okay, this is going to be my cute Santa that I made as a wreath attachment for this cute wreath. Now, what I'm using is an ornament from the Dollar Tree, as well as a Santa hat, the buffalo red and black check, and the faux fur is from Hobby Lobby, and the 1 3/4 inch balls are from Hobby Lobby. I got those on sale a couple of a few months ago when they were clearancing out some stuff anyway, but they are smooth on one side so that they will fit nicely on my Santa. Okay, so for the little tag, I'm just using my heat tool just to get that tag off. I'm not painting it or anything because the fur is going to cover everything up. And so the first thing I do is just kind of smooth out my fur, just kind of position it on my ornament where I want it to go. I'm kind of just arranging my hat, just kind of see where I want to lay everything before I glue it down. I'm going to want my beard to have, like a beard shape where it angles down. So I'm just kind of, was folding it down just to kind of get the shape that I want it before I cut it off. Now, I had just, bended it over, and I'm using my box blade, and I'm just taking my marker and just marking where I want to cut the felt. And the object is to cut the felt and not go all the way through to cut the cut the fur actually itself. So I'm just taking my time. I'm going through and just an X-Acto knife or something else that might work, but this is just what I had on hand, and I'm just trying to cut through the fur and not like I'm trying to cut through the felt and not cut the fur to give it a choppy look. So I'm gluing my hat on now, just trying to figure out how far I want it down. I'm just using some stuffing that I got, from Walmart, something like that. An old sock would work, plastic bags, old rags, something like that. But this is just something that I had on hand. And I just kind of put some, I wanted that to give it a little bit of form. And so then now I glue on my nose, and I did that first because I wanted to ensure that I had the right placement before I glue on my beard. And I want my hat to kind of go down over the nose, and this is a 1 3/4 inch wooden ball that was flat on one side, and so I just want to make sure that everything is nice and you know, where I want it to be before I glue everything down.
Making our Christmas memories. I've been working so much lately, I can barely find the time to sleep. Yeah, I spend my time running around, keeping people pleased.
For the top of my hat, I'm just bending over the you know, the tip of it and just kind of fluffing out the ball of the hat. I have two 30mm rusty jingle bells. Now I had these on hand. I know that, you know, Amazon has, you know, jingle bells, and there's other places that you can find them. I just have some wire that I just threaded them through and just tied them to the ball of the hat. I'm just kind of positioning it so that they are, you know, toward the top. And so I just have one of these garland ties that come from the Dollar Tree. I had it on hand. Everything that I'm working with is something that I had on hand from previous years. And so anyway, I had just cut a strip of muslin fabric and just tied it around the hat. And just now I'm just fooling with it just to kind of get my bells and my fabric, my garland, everything, you know, positioned on the top. And then what I do is I glue it down there so it stays nice and, you know, stays in spot, you know, or stays in place right there. And so now, you know, this is just the back of it. I'm just kind of taking off the fuzz. And anyway, so I'm looking at it because I'm like, yeah, that beard's a little bit too long. So I end up a little bit, before I attach it to the wreath, I end up cutting it a little bit more. Now I'm going to start on the wreath. I'm using an 18-inch wire form and these 3 10-inch Deco mesh. The wire form is from the Dollar Tree and the Deco mesh are all from Hobby Lobby. And I just roll them out. I roll them all 3 at one time. Everybody has their own, or each wreath maker has their own way of doing things. And I'm cutting these at 12 inches. And I cut all 3 at one time because I'm going to put all 3 of them together and put them into or tie them onto the wreath. I actually made 24 bundles of these 3, and I'm just using the curl or cruffle technique. And how I do it, I just, you know, bend over the ends. I clip it with a little clamp that I get from the Dollar Tree and clamp that like that. I do each one of these the same way, and then I'm just going to layer them, crisscrossing them, make like an X pattern or you know, a star or something like that. And you know, so, and then I tie all 3 of these on the wreath, and like I said, I made 24 bundles. I just use some pipe cleaners and just attach them to the wreath form. On this one right here, I put the pipe cleaner on the inner ring, and then I go on the outer ring, and then I go on the inner ring. And so that I kind of stagger it. And so that is kind of how I make my wreaths. Just kind of tie those on there like that. And the clips from those blue and white clips, I get from the Dollar Tree. I find them in the laundry section, and I love those clips, clamps, or whatever you want to call them, because they open very wide, and they help with streamlining and you know, help just kind of hold things together, so that they kind of act as an extra pair of hands for me, or extra fingers. And I am all about convenience, I tell you. So I just love how full and how just all of this, I just love all of these different colors together. And because the Santa, you know, was so big, I ended up using the 18-inch wire frame, and I'm so glad that I did. These are the ribbons I'm using in this wreath. The first 3 came from Hobby Lobby. The Merry Christmas burlap came from Sam's, and the red and black buffalo check I've had on hand for a couple of years, and that came from Dollar General. And so I cut these at 13 inches using my Perfect Tails ribbon helper. It kind of helps me with, you know, twisting my ribbon around it, and then I can cut it all at one time, and then I dovetail it what I want. So what I'm showing you here is I put these 2 patterns together, and I help myself by kind of get my bundles together. I just put these 2 together, and then the other 3 I will make that a bundle. I use my tiny attacher, my little stapler. It is just a handy little tool that I use in my craft room that helps with my bow making.
It's a chance to start over new, 'cause I missed you, so I'm letting go of everything but you. These are the good times with you. Baby, this year it's just gonna be you and me. Hang by the fire and chill. Isn't this how it's supposed to be? Making our Christmas.
Since I have 24 bundles, I need 24 bundles of ribbon. So I have 12 of each. And so for these 3 right here, I'm just making a bow with some raffia because I'm going to put that in the middle of that. And that is what I am, you know, the raffia, that's what I'm putting in those bundles. And I just trim off, you know, the excess and just hit it with some hot glue to kind of seal the middle of the you know, where the pipe cleaner goes. And for the these larger jingle bells, I got these from Hobby Lobby a long time ago. I don't know what the millimeter is. It doesn't say it on the package, but they're large jingle bells. They were in the like miniature ornament section. And so I'm going to put these jingle bells in the middle of with the burlap Merry Christmas and the window pane ribbon. And so it was 6 of these jingle bells in this package. I've had them on, like I said, I got them when they were like clearancing out all of their stuff, you know, many years ago. I pick up this kind of primitive country stuff, and so I had it on hand, so I am using it for this wreath because I think it just all ties everything together. So my point is just be on the lookout, you know, even at thrift stores, Goodwill, yard sales, you know, marketplace on Facebook. People are always clearancing out stuff. And, you know, check Amazon. They may have some of these large jingle bells.
I've been longing to hold you close, forget about everyone else. Isn't this how it's supposed to be? Making our Christmas memories.
So I just alternated on the you know, just put the ribbon bundles in the top and the bottom. And then I just trim everything with my little scissors and fluff everything out. And so I just love this. I just love the whole country feel of this wreath. I'm really happy the way that it turned out. And so I always try to, you know, fluff my ribbons out so that they're not stuck underneath. Okay, so then now I'm going to put on my Santa, and I'm like, yep, that beard is a little bit too long. So I go through the same thing again, just using my box blade and just cutting off, you know, the felt and just kind of tearing it as I go, not to cut the fur itself so that it still is wispy.
I'm gonna play those carols that you love. We'll be singing all the melodies until the sun comes up. These are the good times with you. Baby, this year it's just gonna be you and me. Hang by the fire and chill. Isn't this how it's supposed to be? Making our Christmas memories. Oh, and I've been longing to hold you close. Forget about
To attach my Santa to the wreath, I'm using these cable tie mounts. Now these are listed in my Amazon store. I will have a link to that in the description box below if you're interested in these things that kind of help us attach these signs to our wreaths if you don't have, if they don't have holes in it. And so they are sticky already, but I like extra glue to give it extra bonding because I don't want my signs to fall off. And so I just use E6000 and as well as some hot glue. So just using the pipe cleaners, I just threaded it through the mesh back to the frame, twisted it around the wire frame just so that everything is nice and snug. And then I'm just making sure that my Santa is where I wanted him to be. Now, guys, I'm going to put a note on this that I would not recommend this to be in the weather elements because of the fur, because with weather elements it gets all nasty. Anyway, I would just have it for inside use. Okay, now what I'm gonna do is I have this pine and it's faux pine. I've had it in my stash. It had a Hobby Lobby tag, so it's probably something I got last season. This silver thing right here, this is a stem cutter I got from Deco Exchange. I will have a link for it. It's an affiliate link that I'm going to list in the description box below if you're interested in checking it out. I had used some birthday money this past year to purchase it because it just has made my life so much easier. It's like a wire cutter, but I can just use it right there on my table, and I don't have to struggle with my wire cutters. Anyway, so with this pine, I had cut it all down nice, and so I used my steel picks machine to put a steel pick on the end of it, and then also my hot glue. I like to use the combination when I'm using putting it in Deco mesh wreaths like this because it makes everything nice and snug. And if you saw my son's hands, he was in my room hanging out with me. I love that time like that. He was giving me his suggestions of where my holes were, and so I really appreciate it.
Don't even care what we do if I spend it with you. Just you and nobody else. It's so good to see you again, Baby, this year it's just gonna be you and me.
These little paintbrushes from the Dollar Tree and some caulk, I use those to create some Santa ornaments. Now, these are something that I did for years that I sold at craft shows, and I wanted to share them here with my community just to show how you can take ordinary tools and create cute little Christmas ornaments out of them. The handles have a shine on them, and I want to take that off because I'm going to paint the handles. So I'm going to use my little hand sandpaper, and I'm just going to sand that gloss off of these handles. Here's a craft tip for you. I use a cheesecloth or a tack cloth. It is a little tacky, and I run that over my wood pieces to get all of those little sanding particles, dust, those type of things off of my project before I paint it. working on Santa's beard, I use the all-purpose caulk, and I got that in like the mechanic section of the Dollar Tree, but you can get it at Walmart and other places. Caulk does dry out, so work quickly. So I just do little dabs and work quickly with my little thing. I'm showing you here because I just grabbed some ribbon rolls and I cut it. I'm going to use that for a holder to so that I can paint my Santa's beard all the way around so that it can dry, because it takes all day, or like if I do it at night, it takes overnight for it to completely dry. The caulk will dry out, so make sure you keep your cap on your caulking, and also don't put a whole lot if you're going to do it like I did on a little plate. Put little dabs as you need it, because you'll kind of see, I'm just using a stick here, and you will see once you're kind of spreading it on. I just kind of dab it on and spread it almost kind of like you're frosting a cake kind of thing, and you will kind of tell when it's like, okay, I need to hurry up. So just a little crafting tip for you. Okay, my beards are completely dry, and I'm going to make him a rustic or country Santa, and I do that by just taking some brown paint, putting a little dab of that on my plate, and then I water the paint down so it's really thin, and then I'm just going to take my paintbrush and just dab it and just kind of go all the way around the beard, just kind of hitting the spots and taking a paper towel, wiping off a lot of it, because I don't want the beard to be brown, but I want it to be distressed or get the, you know, hints of the brown, so it makes him more of a rustic Santa. I will go over the entire face with the brown paint as well, just doing some shading and highlighting Santa's features. For the eyes, I will most always use a black Sharpie marker, and I just draw two little ovals just right under the little eyebrows. So that's why it's good to put the eyebrows on first, so then I kind of know where I want to put my eyes for the little character faces that I like to do. Also like to give all of my little faces just two little eyelashes on the very bottom of their eyes. I just love, that's just kind of my way to do faces, and so I'm just using a thin paintbrush to do that. For Santa's nose, I use the little knobs or the little plugs that they're little wood turnings. You can buy them unfinished at the craft store, and I just paint the little nose a coral color or a rose color, and depending on the size of my face will depend on the size of nose that I'm going to give my little Santa. The large Santa is using a 3/8 inch little knob, and the small Santa is using a 1/4 inch knob. I also like to give all of my little faces some rosy red cheeks, and I use a flat paintbrush and some coral paint by doing that. I like to do that before I put the wood nose on, but for some reason I got ahead of myself and glued those noses on there. But it was not a big deal. I just took my flat paintbrush and just made some cheeks for the little Santas. Now, to enhance the eyes a little bit more, I am just going to use a very, very thin paintbrush that I have, and I'm just going to take my paintbrush with some white paint and just kind of enhance those eyes just a little bit, so it just gives Santa just a little bit more character. To give my Santas a cute fluffy little beard, and I use this yarn to do that. To create his beard, I just make some loops with the yarn, just wrapping it around my fingers. I usually use 2 fingers and wrap it around 3 to 4 times for the small paintbrush, 4 or 5 for the large paintbrush. I will wrap it around, and then I will cut a piece of the yarn and I will tie it in the center. And then once I have it tied in the center, I will use my scissors and then I will cut those loops, and then that is what gives it the fluffiness. I'm using my Tim Holtz scissors, but I'm like, what is wrong with you? You need to use your cutter bees. And so on the second one, I am, I've come to my senses, and I'm using my cutter bees because you want a short little sharp scissor so you can get in between those loops and you can make those little fluffs and puffs. Now for the fun part, we're going to just embellish our Santa, and I'm just using some little miniature candy canes, some greenery, some berries, and some cute little jingle bells. Okay, now I'm going to make the ornament hanger. I'm using some jute that I did pick up from the Dollar Tree as well, and this homespun fabric. Homespun is fabric that you can see on both sides, and it's perfect for country decorating, such as these adorable little Santas. So I just have a little strip of homespun. I tear it because it gives a ragged edge, and love that in my decorating. So I'm just cutting a piece of the homespun, and I'm just gonna I put it through the little hole and just tied it one time, and then I'm going to get my jute and I'm going to kind of tie it on top of that homespun so that it all kind of ties in together. So just slipping that jute through that hole, I'm going to thread my jingle bell on there. My intention was to put 2 jingle bells on the large one and 1 on the small one, but I had already had it tied, and before I realized that I was gonna put 2 jingle bells on the big one and 1 on the small one, but it is what it is, so I didn't want to have to undo it. So, you know, it's your choice if you want to just do 1 jingle bell or 2 jingle bells, whatever you want. I found these plastic candy canes over at the Dollar Tree, and they're just really cute size to decorate for this type of country craft. And so I just take strips of homespun. Homespun fabric is fabric that is you can see on both sides, and it's used in country decorating and country things. And so I just have like a 1/2 inch of blue homespun fabric, and I just glued the edge of the candy cane just with hot glue, and then I'm just going to fold it over on itself so that it kind of wraps around the actual candy cane, and then I just proceed and just wrap all the way around until I get to the top, and then I just secure it with some hot glue as well. Once you finish wrapping the homespun fabric all the way around, just take some scissors and just trim off where you want and just hot glue that down together. You can use your scissors to trim off any of the extra little tails that you may have or little strings that you don't want on your actual candy cane. Now I have a piece of craft colored cardstock that I'm going to be creating the little bitty tags. Just hand wrote those tags. And I'm going to be using a punch that I got at the craft store. If you don't have this particular punch, you can find one using your Cricut cartridge, or if you have design space on the Cricut Explorer, you can find some different kind of tags. Okay, I have this little Christmas tree stamp. It says 2001 Stampin' Up, so I'm not quite sure if it's still around. And I'm going to be stamping on a mouse pad. I like to do this when I stamp because it leaves a better impression. And I'm going to be using some green Memento ink, just taking the little Christmas tree stamp, and I'm going to just stamp it in the corner of each of the tags so that it really ties in that Christmas feel for this entire little project. I took an ultra fine black Sharpie marker and I made some dash lines or stitch lines all the way around each of the little tags. And then I'm going to hand write Merry Christmas on the tag, and I will doodle it up by putting the little dots on each of the letters. And then after I finish that, I'm going to get some brown ink and ink around the edges of the tag, so that it gives it kind of an antique or age-old little look. And then to make it even more, I will take it and I will crumble it up and just kind of bend it back and forth, just kind of crumble it up. And then I'll take the little ink pad and I'll just go around the actual tag so that it gives it a really aged little look. these Merry Christmas candy canes were so fun to put together. Now, these are some of the supplies I'm using. I decided not to use the white fleece. I liked the black and white candy canes the best. And so the candy canes are plastic candy canes from the Dollar Tree. And I just have some ribbon, this buffalo, black and white buffalo check ribbon. And how I do my candy canes, I just wrap the ribbon. You know, I just usually start at the bottom and just kind of curl the ribbon on top, over each other and hot glue it so it stays. And sometimes I will like put a dot of hot glue as I'm going along so that the ribbon or the fabric will stay in place. And these are so fun. I have made some others for Christmas, my homespun candy canes, as well as some maybe for Halloween. I did some boo sticks. And so candy canes are just not just for Christmas. You can make them for other holidays as well. I think I've done some Liberty sticks also for 4th of July. And maybe some for the spring. And so that is always an option just for, I love these in my primitive country home with my primitive country decor. The fat quarters, I found this fabric at Walmart, and I just you take my scissors and I just cut about 1-inch strips, and then I just rip the fabric so it gives a ragged, jagged edge. And then I'm doing it the same way that I did with the ribbon. I just turn it over on itself, and I'll hot glue every now and then to kind of, have it stay in place. And then I'll just continue wrapping it around until I get to the end. Now, I did 3 different patterns. I have the buffalo check. I have the larger Swiss dots. That's what I kind of call them, polka dot. And then I have the mini Swiss dots or polka dots that I'm going to put in my little jar for my little Christmas decoration. To make a tag for my jar, and I just have these like manila tags. I know you can get them like at office supply stores or Amazon. I have no idea where I got these from. I bought a whole bunch of them many years ago, and I just distress them a little bit. And so I like to use them for little projects like this. And so I'm just taking that large Posca pen and just hand lettering Merry Christmas. I'll put my happy dots on the ends, and so it looks really cute. And then I'm going to go back with the PC1M, and I just go around and just add a little bit of doodling to it. And then I'm going to show you how I distress it a little bit more with my ink and crumble it up or fold it so it looks kind of aged.
For this project, I'm using this Nativity Decor piece that I got from Hobby Lobby. I'm also using some other supplies. My base of my project is an 11 by 14 inch canvas, and I am going to just use some milk chocolate acrylic paint, and I am just going to paint the whole thing inside and around the outside with 2 coats of this paint. I'll go around the entire canvas with my stiff stencil brush and a wooden stick and some buttermilk paint, and just splatter paint the entire canvas. I'll also go around the front of the edges. Now for the Nativity Decor, I'm just giving it a coat of black paint and just acrylic paint, nothing, no fancy paint or anything. And I'm just taking a paintbrush and just going around the top because the edges are like lasered and they're already brown, so I don't need to waste my time with that. So I am just giving this thing, I just want it to look like a silhouette, and I'm leaving the part where the star is because I plan to paint that gold. For my star, I wanted to add some gold paint, but this puffy paint in gold was the only thing I had on hand. And so it is a bit translucent. You can kind of see through it, but that's okay. I gave it a couple of coats of that. Well, then I discovered that since it's translucent, you can see through it. And so I decided to go over the Nativity Decor, over that black, and just give it a bit of glitter to it. I know there are a lot of my friends and family that gasp at glitter, but glitter doesn't bother me too much. And this doesn't flake off or anything, but I think it looks really pretty. For my Oh Holy Night sign, I'm using just this wooden plaque. I get it in a set from the craft store. I'm just giving it a coat of buttermilk paint, and then with my black paint in my brush, I am just going to give it a border. I paint the sides first, and then I just go around and kind of just freehanding it because I don't want it to be all straight. And then I'm going to go back and hand letter Oh Holy Night. Before I hand letter, I took that gold puffy paint, which is translucent, and I went over the border. Once I finish the entire sign, I will go back over it, but I was kind of doing things in stages. I wasn't sure that it did, this puffy paint is translucent and you kind of went over it, and it gave it a really nice, pretty effect, which I really like. Anyway, so then now I'm just taking some brown, that milk chocolate paint, and I'm just doing some shading where the buttermilk paint meets the black, and just, with a flat paintbrush, I just dip half of my brush in paint, the other half in clean water, and that's how I shade my signs. So then now what I'm doing is I have a Posca pen. It is a PC-5M. It is a kind of like a paint pen, and I'm just hand lettering Oh Holy Night. And if you've been following me for a while, I love my happy dots on the ends of my letters, and so that's what I've decided to do here. And so as I was going along, I was doing my dots, and I was like, something just doesn't feel right. And so there was just like a little piece of, I don't know, paint or something that was hindering me making my sweet little happy dots. And so once I was able to clean that off, I was able to go back and make my dots the size that I wanted them to. So anyway, no matter how long I've been doing this, obstacles always, stand in my way, or, things happen. also put a layer of the puffy paint in gold over my sign because it's, like I said, it's translucent and it just makes everything sweet and starry. For my canvas, I'm using these 2 pieces of scrapbook paper. Both of them came from Hobby Lobby, and I'm just trying to figure out, I want of course, my nativity to be the focal point of it. And so I'm just trying to figure out how I want my night sky to be. So I end up turning over the paper and then just taping them together. And then I'm really just going to kind of piece them in inside the canvas. The canvas has that wooden frame, and so there's like a gap in between, and so that I can slip my paper in there. It's just kind of trying to figure out how I want my paper to go. I didn't want it, just to get the night sky kind of the way that I wanted it. So I had to trim off a little bit of the paper and finagle with it a little bit. I'm going to put my trim around the canvas, and I have 2 trims that I'm using. This one right here came from Hobby Lobby, and I'm going to put that one on first, just hot gluing it on. The second trim came from the Dollar Tree, and I just, like I said, hot glue everything on and until it's all secure. Just adding some fine Excelsior to the bottom of my canvas before I put on my nativity silhouette decor piece. I just think the Excelsior adds a hay effect and also a bit of whimsy. Also using some of that puffy paint, gold translucent paint. I'm just going over the scrapbook paper just to give it, some enhancement and some sparkle to it. For dimension, I'm using some of these tumbling tower blocks or Jenga blocks. I just painted them black so they would blend in with my nativity decor. And so then I'm just hot gluing the blocks to the back of the nativity decor. I've already figured out where I, make sure that I need them placed, and then I'll hot glue that to the frame. And so, like I said, I've already kind of figured out where I needed them to be glued to the nativity decor so that I wouldn't get it too low or, sticking out or that kind of thing. And so then for the Oh Holy Night sign, I thought that I was going to do dimension blocks as well, but I decided to just glue that, put some hot glue at the top and then just glue it straight to the top of that frame. For a hanger, I'm going to use some of these wooden beads. Now, I'm going to get questions about those. That black and brown strand I got from Walmart in the Christmas section, and the other 2 came from Hobby Lobby, one from the fall section, and then the other is from the Christmas shop. And so I just took off some of the black and the brown, and then I just have that the larger one, which is from the fall garland from Hobby Lobby. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to use 2 black, 2 brown, and then the larger one I'm going to put in the middle. I'm using some wire. attach the wire beads to my frame, I just used my electric staple gun and I just stapled the wire to the frame, and then actually did it a couple of times. And to cover those staples up, I'm using these buttons. Now I had these buttons on hand, and so then they were like in a pack, and they're just, you can get old buttons anywhere. Anyway, but these had the little like buttonhole or button loop on the back, and so I just took my wire cutters and just cut that off, and then that hides those staples up very nicely. I just hot glued a couple of sticks of the branches as well as the greenery to my little nativity. I just kind of played with it a little bit just to figure out exactly how much and where I wanted it to stick out of. And then I'm going to make a little junk bow. I just had this ribbon left, and so I said, I'll make a little bow to add to the top. So I have just some of that buffalo, black and white buffalo check, and then some of the lace trims, everything I used on this decor. And then I like to use this jewelry cording, and I make bows out of it and add that to my junk bow or messy bow or refab bow, whatever you want to call it. This is a cute little bow to make to add to your creations. Christmas faux books are so fun to create, and I like to make them out of wood planks. And these are all of the supplies that I'm going to use in this project. I like to, if I don't have scrap wood, I use these wood pile wood planks from Hobby Lobby, and I gave each of them 2 coats of plaster colored chalk paint. And so then I'm going to use this distress ink and a paper towel and just go around all of the edges just to give it a distress. It just kind of takes, a little bit of the white down a bit, and, just gives me the rustic distress look that I like. I'm going to hand letter and write on these books with this Posca paint marker. It's a PC1M, and it's some God-given talent that he has given to me that I can share with all of you. But I just, I love to hand letter. I love to write and do happy dots. And so that's what most of my projects do. And so what you see, what I'm doing here is I just need just some leverage so that I can write on my books, so my hand has somewhere to set. So that's why I keep pushing the books back and forth. Anyway, so I'm writing Silent Night on one of the books and then Holy Night on the other book. And then I take the larger Posca pen, which is a PC5M, and then I just put my happy dots on each of the books that I wrote on. Now you could use stamps, or you could use stickers, or maybe something else that I'm not even thinking about. Or you could leave your books plain and create an adorable arrangement for it for your decor. So it's just really the options are it's just limited. I'm just taking that 1M marker and just going around and just adding a bit of doodling to each of the edges of the books. These styrofoam gold and silver bowl fillers are from the Dollar Tree, and like I said, they're styrofoam, and so I just took my serrated knife that I have in my craft room, and then I cut them in half. I cut 2 of them in half, and I'm going to use 3 of them for kind of like some buttons or something, you know, just something to kind of break that up on the edges. And then now I just have this buffalo check ribbon that I have on hand, and I'm just going to make a bow, and I'm going to add some greenery and some frosted berries to complete this little faux book arrangement decor. Gingerbread man is from the Dollar Tree, and it has the raised areas on the back, but I don't want to use that. I am going to actually use the smooth side where it doesn't have any of the raised parts. I'm using some of this spackle patch from the Dollar Tree just to fill that small hole at the top so that it's all smooth. I gave my gingerbread man 2 coats of brown acrylic paint. You can use any color of brown that you want. My favorite for my gingerbread man is this milk chocolate. It's an Americana brand, but depending on what brand of paint you use will depend on the names of the different paints, but I like this brown color. Once I give my gingerbread man 2 coats of the brown paint and it's dry, then I am doing some shading. I want to give a bit of definition and depth to my gingerbread man. And as you can see there, if I mess up a little bit, a baby wipe is one of my best friends and best tools in my craft room. Anyway, so I'll just continue to shade that around there until I like the look of it. The next step I'm giving some cheeks, and I'm just using some barn red or a deep red for my gingerbread for the cheeks, and I like to use a stencil brush and I kind of stipple it on. I do lighter at first until I, kind of get the look that I'm going for. And so then I'll just continue to stipple on and until I like the look that I want. And then next I'm going to draw some eyes, and I usually start out with my black Sharpie marker. With the eyes, I make like an almond shape, kind of, have them together at the top. That's just the look that I like. I start with a black Sharpie marker, and then I go back and then I will do paint, for the eyes. Then I have a very thin old brush that I've had for many years that I just do little eyelashes. I like my little faces to be cute and have cute little expressions, and I achieve that with just the little brushes that I have. And I'll also add some eyelashes, some eyebrows, and then I'll do just a little mouth. I'll just draw that little mouth on with my black Sharpie marker. My sign, I'm using a 7x3 inch wood plaque. I get them at Walmart. I know Dollar Tree has them in the Crafter Square section. Hobby Lobby has them in their unfinished wood section. There are different places that have these wood planks if you're interested in them. Okay, I'm just taking my paintbrush and my True Red Americana paint. It's just a red paint, and I'm just going to give it a border. I just, take my paintbrush and I just go around the border. You can use a ruler to, mark it off if you don't feel confident in, painting the little border. And then in between the coats to help dry it, I use my heat tool and just dry it up so that I can give it 2 coats of paint. Then I'll use my little liner brush and some white paint and just go around and give it some white dashes or stripes or whatever you want to call them. I just like that look. Then I'm going to use my 1/2 inch flat paintbrush and some milk chocolate brown paint and do some shading around the edges of where the white paint meets the red paint, and I like that look. It just gives a little bit more depth and character to my projects. I'm going to hand letter Merry Christmas on this sign, and when I got to the M in Christmas, I got it a little bit closer together than what I wanted to. This isn't my best brush. I should have used a different brush, but anyway, I'm going to show you how I fix it if my letters get a little bit too close, as you can see here. And I'm going to go ahead and add a button to the eye. And so at first I was like, I was going to scratch this and repaint it. But then I was like, you know what? This will give me an opportunity to share with my viewers how I correct something if my painting doesn't come out the way that I want it to. And so anyway, I'm just, putting hand lettering that on there and just putting some dots on the ends of the letters because I like my happy dots. Okay, this is what I was talking about. My M is a little bit too close, so I just take some of that off-white paint and just go through and just with my liner brush and my favorite brushes are linked in my Amazon store, and you can find the link in the description. Just underneath this video, there's a description box. It might be a little triangle or an arrow or something. If you click that little arrow, it will expand the box. I'm going to add some splatter paint to my projects. I like that look. I achieve it just with an old stencil brush and a stick. I just run it across the brush. Some friends have shared that they use their fingers across the brush, or they'll use an old toothbrush, a toothpick, anything like that to achieve this look. That's just, entirely a personal preference. And then I'll just go around my gingerbread man as well as my sign, and I will give it extra doodling with my To decorate my gingerbread man, I have one of the garland ties from the Dollar Tree, and to get it to stay on my gingerbread, I have my crocodile, and I'm using the larger hole punch. And I am just figuring out here, I want it to look like the garland, or like the gingerbread man is holding the garland. And so I'm just punching holes in like where the hands are, where it looks like he's holding the garland. And then I will just thread that through, and then I'm going to decorate the garland with some pip berries, some rusty jingle bells, some I added some buttons, and make it look really cute. Oh, and some fabric ribbon. I just cut strips of fabric and tied them onto the garland. I did this part on my Facebook, Country Charm by Tracy Facebook page. So I have a Facebook Live. I will have a link in the description below as an option if some of my friends want to see that whole entire thing, where I'm live chatting with whoever was, popping on the video. I know here on YouTube that a lot of people don't like the chatting and all of that stuff, so that's why I tried to trim this down and just show exactly how I did this gingerbread craft. So what I'm doing here is I cut strips of fabric, and then I cut smaller strips, and I'm tying them on the garland, 4 little ties where it looks like bows on the gingerbread garland. Then I will add some pip berries. The garland strand, the one with the little rusty jingle bells, I got from Joann's. And then the pip berries I got from Hobby Lobby in the miniature ornament section. The sign that I'm using is one left over from the Dollar Tree. It was from summer, and I just sanded off the majority of the glitter. The paper is from Hobby Lobby, and I just measured it and just cut it to fit. And I'm going to layer with my or actually attach that with my adhesive tape glider. It is just double-sided tape, and it's just a holder that you can put your tape in and you can glide it. It is linked in my Amazon store, or you can find them at the craft store, or different places. And so I just use it to attach the paper to my sign. So then once I do that, then I'm going to add some shading with my Vintage Photo Distress ink. And then once I do that, then I will add some green rickrack and continue with then putting on my gingerbread. For my hanger, I am using some wire that I got at Michael's in the floral section, and I'm just using some beads. Now, I got these wooden beads. The brown and the red are from Walmart in the Christmas section, and the larger natural one is from Hobby Lobby. I got those on sale from the fall season. And so then I am just threading on. I'll show a picture here to share exactly how my beads looked on my sign. Now it's time to work on the bow, and I'm just cutting strips of that same fabric and then also using some ribbons. Now I get most of my ribbons either from Hobby Lobby, Walmart, or Dollar Tree, and I like the burlap from the Dollar Tree. I'm just cutting off a piece of that. I'm just making a messy bow, junk bow, refab bow, whatever you want to call it. I'm just making a bow for my hanger. And then I just kind of just tear off or just cut off pieces of the ribbon. And for the center bow, that ribbon is from Hobby Lobby, and I just use my tiny attacher just to put a little staple in the middle. If you follow me for any length of time, you know that I love my little tiny attacher. And then I just gather everything together, and I put it together first, and then I said I wanted to put some green in there, so I untwisted it. I used a pipe cleaner to twist everything together, but I just cut off strips of that rickrack and just included it in the bow, and I think it looks really cute. The wooden shapes that I'm using are from the Dollar Tree. as well as the one from Dollar General. The pattern paper is this buffalo plaid and ticking pattern that I got out of this wonderful stack, this JWB collection. I found it over at Hobby Lobby. I think it is a Paper Studio brand, and it is filled with plaids, all different kind of plaids and stripes and just all kind of plaid goodness. If you like plaid, this is the pattern stack for you. Also, to make the stands, I'm going to be using some of these Tower Game Jenga blocks, and I appreciate a friend and follower giving me this tip, so I am using it and it works wonderful. I'm just using my Aleene's Tacky Glue because that's what I have on hand, and I love to use Aleene's Tacky Glue for everything like this. It just holds everything together. So I'm just going to put some glue on there, and I'm going to butt those up together and let those dry, and then I will make my little stands for my trees. I just want my trees to have paper on one side, so I'm just going to paint the sides and the back black. And then I'm going to adhere paper, the buffalo check paper, to the front side of the trees. When I got the tree from Dollar Tree, I wish that it was a little bit taller, and the one from Dollar General just gives me what I'm looking for. When I put those up together, I said, oh my goodness, it is giving me the height that I was looking for my little Christmas tree. So the question was, how am I going to mask that tree trunk? And so I did that by adding a rustic bow. Oh my goodness, I love the way that this turned out. This is my black and white buffalo check that I created because I wasn't quite sure how I was going to do these trees. So now I am showing you what I did with the red and black buffalo check. Okay, I wanted to make sure that my buffalo check was lined up, so I wanted that black stripe to be down the center. That was kind of my guide. So I used a bit of washi tape to kind of hold that down on the tree so that I could trace around it. Then for the top of the tree, I'm doing the same thing. I'm just lining up my pattern paper, and then I used a little bitty piece of washi tape to kind of hold the tree so that I could trace around it and cut that out. I used Mod Podge to adhere the paper to the wooden little tree, just giving it a coat of Mod Podge. Then I go over it. I'm using a squeegee to squeeze out any of the excess Mod Podge. I just kind of, just scrape it and then, get out all of that little extra, and then I put a layer of Mod Podge over the top of the tree as well so that it will seal it. I just painted the stands black as well, and then now I'm just going to glue those to the bottom of the large tree. I'm making sure that it is even and level so that it will stand up straight. Now I'm going to share a little bitty boo-boo with you and tell you how I fixed it. I didn't get my paper on the tree exactly the way that I need to, so a little bit of the wood is showing. So how I fixed that is I have some black ink. I'm just running that across. I was going to shade my tree anyway, so this worked out perfect. So even if I would have painted it, it would have been okay, but I didn't want to paint the front of it. I didn't want to take the time to do that. So just by getting that tree off just a little bit, it was kind of hard getting that Mod Podge tree on there because you got to work so fast because Mod Podge dries pretty quick. So now I'm just running it over the tree just to give it some rustic goodness.
Now I'm ready to glue the smaller tree onto the larger tree to make it the height that I'm looking for. I'm making sure that I line up those patterns so that it all flows correctly. And I'm going to be covering up that tree trunk. I'm going to show you a rustic bow that I created to cover up that tree trunk. I like to outline and give some doodles to my projects, so that's what I'm doing here. Then I'm going to share how I'm going to create the bow and the supplies that I use to create the center of that so I can cover up that tree trunk. I just added some pine that came from the Dollar Tree. I just used a sprig of that, hot glued that on my tree. And then for my bow, I like using the 1.5 inch ribbons for little projects like this. So I just cut those at 9 inches. And then now I'm going to make a tulip bow out of this black and white buffalo check or gingham ribbon. And just using my tiny attacher. I will have a link to my Amazon store where you can see this more closely. You can get more details on it, as well as if you would like to order one. That is one of my favorite tools in my craft room, is that little tiny attacher stapler. So now I'm just adjusting my bow and just going to hot glue that there in the center. And my little tree trunk of that smaller Christmas tree is covered up. I just added some more pine and some pip berries and just made it look really cute. To decorate the bottom, I just added some Excelsior, little moss, and then I added some pine and some pip berries and just made it look really cute. For the top of the tree, I added one of these rusty stars. Now, I got these at Hobby Lobby years ago. I'm not quite sure if they are still in their trim tree section. They're in like the miniature ornament section. And so I found these rusty stars there. Over there at Hobby Lobby. So I'm just taking off, they're actually ornaments, so I'm just cutting off the part that actually is an ornament. And then I'm making a raffia bow, just tying that into a bow. And then I'm going to glue that at the top of my tree and then add the rusty star to the top as my star little tree topper. I did the same thing with the smaller tree, added it to the wooden sign with some scrapbook paper and then inked around the edges to give it a more rustic feel. I also added some Excelsior pine and berries to the bottom. And then to give it a little more decoration, I just added some jute and then also added some pip berries. If you Okay, for my trucks, I put a layer of white paint over them so that when I painted them red, it wouldn't take as many coats. The red that I'm using is this crimson red chalk paint, and this is by Waverly. I get it over at Walmart. And by putting that layer of white paint underneath there and then the red paint on top, I only had to use one layer of the red chalk paint. Now I choose chalk paint because it gives a really nice finish and it dries quickly, so that's why I like to use chalk paint on these kind of projects. I'll just continue to bring my little red truck to life. I painted the bottom of the outer truck with some granite gray paint and where the little license plate goes, and then on the larger truck I just paint a back glass, just kind of freehanding that with a layer of that granite gray paint. And then I will just finish up by adding some shading, and then I will enhance my my tires so they look, a little bit more realistic. I'm going to add some rusting look to the trucks. Now, don't pay any mind to that ho 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 sign, because at first I painted that. I was going to add that to the back of my truck, but then it didn't look right, and so I had to rethink it, and that's when I came up with the Merry Mail sign, and I like it a lot better. So I will just be using that ho 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 sign in another project. And what I'm doing to add the rust to my truck is I have some brown paint and I have a stencil brush, and I just go through and using the brown paint, and I also use some orange paint, and I am just giving it some enhancement of the like a rust. And so then now I have some silver paint. I think I got that at Hobby Lobby, and then I'm going to give it some my glass, like some reflection, so it kind of looks a little bit more realistic. Just adding that, and then also a little bit later or sometime during this video, I remember that I need to add some rear view mirrors, so I will also use that silver paint to paint the sides of the little truck, like where the pumpkins were for those harvest trucks. Man, I just love the way that this is all turning out. Now I will use my fan brush and just add some white highlights back to the back of the truck, as well as the larger truck. Just adding some highlights to it. Now I just will add some splattering to my projects. I do the black first, and then I do the white on top. I do have a video I will link to it where I show a little bit more in depth about splattering my projects. Then I take my black Sharpie marker, go over all of the project just to add just a little bit of, more definition. And it's just something I like to do. I like to use the Sharpie brand fine marker as well as the ultra fine marker. So I just go around and just kind of enhance the projects. It kind of helps with, any like little flaws or something, because my projects, I promise, are not perfect. They are not. By the grace of God, He has allowed me to share all of this with y'all, really. And so I'm giving you all my little tips. Anyway, so I am just going to give each side of this truck a coat of this clear varnish. I like to use the Delta brand varnish. It is just a personal preference. I get questions about varnishes, about if you can use a spray varnish. Absolutely whatever works for you. I'm just showing you what I like to do for my project. So then now I'm going to make my Merry Mail sign, and I have just one of those wood planks from Walmart, and I painted it with the crimson color of red. And then now I'm going to shade it, and using the same technique, half of my brush in paint, half of my brush in water, blend it on a paper towel, and I just shade around this little sign. So then using a flat paintbrush, I am just hand lettering here, Merry Mail. And it's taken me many years to be able to paint like this with a paintbrush. And so I just want to encourage all of you that are trying to do this. Please continue to try. Practice, practice, practice. By the grace of God, He has allowed me to be able to learn and teach me these skills. It takes a lot of patience, and I know that you can do it too. The good thing that if you mess up or you feel you've messed up, you can just paint over it. Or I'm going to show you here just a little trick where I feel that I got on the mail little letters, I got my M a little too close to my A, and I'm going to show you what I'm going to do to fix that, so that will give you a little tip for your little painted projects. So I just have some crimson red paint here, and I just have a thin liner brush, and just taking some paint, I just paint in between those letters so it kind of looks like, they're separated a little bit more. Then a baby wipe is a crafter's best friend, and I use them all of the time in my craft room. And if I mess up a little bit, I can just use a little baby wipe to kind of help me out. So just going around the letters, and if there's any little letter that's a little out of whack, I just take my paint and my liner brush, and I just kind of clean it up just a little bit. And so then now I'm just going to add some dots by using the end of a paintbrush. And sometimes when I, do my little happy dots with the little paintbrush, it kind of splatters a little bit. And, I'm okay with it, but if you're not, just be careful with that. But it kind of gave me an idea to, add some little polka dots to this sign. And so sometimes, that may be viewed as a painting error or a little mistake, actually turns out into a happy little unique accident. So anyway, I'm just going to finish up here by putting the happy dots on my letters, and then I'll go back and I will use a stylus to add some little white dots to give the sign a polka dotted look. I'm just going to use the edge of my fan brush to kind of give it some I don't know, just enhancements. I just, you know, I fly by the seat of my pants. I really don't plan stuff out. I just kind of like the look of it, and I'm like, oh, that looks good, so let's give it a little bit more. Anyway, if you're looking for perfect projects, you're not going to find it here on my channel. I say that, you know, respectfully, but I am not a perfect painter. I'm not a perfect crafter. I just like to share my tips and tricks of things that I have found works over the years. Just like this, I'm adding just a little bit of highlight to my letters. They are so unperfect. It is just sad. Anyway, just using a liner brush, I just add a bit of shading, and you know, I clean up my letters by, you know, just adding some more paint, and, you know, just kind of going through and just adding different colors just really kind of makes the whole difference. To glue my box to my truck, just using some Aleene's tacky glue as well as some hot glue, and I just line it up at the bottom and just kind of you know, position it down at the bottom. And I love the way that this is turning out. I think this little truck is just going to turn out so cute, and I'm going to look forward to using it for years to come. Even though we don't get snow here in my part of Texas, I wanted my little red truck to have some snow. So this is another one of my little tips. I use all-purpose caulk and a little stick, and I just kind of put it on, just hitting the high areas, you know, like where snow would fall, and let that dry completely. So then now, I'm going to decorate the truck, and I thought about adding some little mini lights, but that didn't work out. I'm adding I have some of those greenery ties from the Dollar Tree, and some pip berries also from the Dollar Tree, and I just cut off a little bit of that. And I didn't want to put a whole lot of decorations on here because it's going to be functional. It is my Christmas card box, so just putting some little enhancements as far as the little pip berries, and just kind of putting it around the edges and hot gluing that on the back just works great for me. Finishing up putting the embellishments on here, and I love the way that these little trucks are turning out. I'm so happy that I picked up several of these with the forethought that, you know what, I'm going to want to use those in other seasons and to create different things. I did the harvest truck. I also did a Halloween one with the Boo Crew, and then now doing this Christmas card box. I just love the way it turned out. Okay, this is going to be the bow tutorial for my little Merry Mill red truck. Okay, these are all of the ribbons that I'm using here in this bow. This ribbon is from Hobby Lobby, and I like it because they have stitched it versus this is one that I've had from a couple of years ago, and I don't even have any idea what it's supposed to be stitched, but yeah, it's not stitched. Anyway, and it comes apart, but this one is stitched a little bit heavier, so I like this one. And then this also is from Hobby Lobby. It's kind of like a tweeted burlap. And then this one, these three are from the Dollar Tree. This black polka dot, this white polka dot, and then this burlap ribbon. I like this burlap ribbon because it kind of curls on itself, and I'm going to be using that. This one is also from Hobby Lobby, and then I got this one this year from Walmart, and I like the larger black and white buffalo checks, so I'm going to be using that. Some raffia, and then also I'm going to be using some of these floral stems, and this is what I'm going to thread my little jingle bells on and make some little curly cues out of that then. And I'm also going to be using some greenery. These are those little Christmas ties or pine ties that you can get from the Dollar Tree. I like to use a shelf liner underneath my mat because it helps with movement of my little mat when I cut my ribbon. And so then I'm taking this burlap with the red and burlap checkered or gingham and measuring that out to, for 10 inches, then taking my rotary cutter and then I cut that. Then I'm going to dovetail the ends, and how you dovetail is fold the ribbon in half, then fold it in half again, and then taking my scissors, I start at the bottom corner and I go up like for a V. When you open it up, you have these cute little dovetails or V-cuts the way it just kind of, for me, it kind of makes a finished look. Okay, then next I'm going to take this one. So I have this one first. Then I'm going to take this one right here. This is a mixed media. So this is going to be in the scrapbooking section. So I'm going to measure that out to 10 inches as well. I'm going to cut this one with my scissor because it's a little bit thicker and it kind of curls on itself, so the rotary cutter is not going to cut it very well. So doing the same thing, folding it in half, folding it in half again. Now this one has looks like it's going to have some strings. So I'm going to singe the edges, and I do that by taking my lighter and just running the flame across the edge, and it kind of singes the edges of that ribbon so that they don't fray anymore. See, it kind of curls on itself. Okay, so I'm going to put that one to the side, and then looking back at my bow. Then the next one I did was this black and white gingham. I'm going to roll that one out to 9 inches because I want it to be just a little bit shorter. Cut that off. Do the same thing. Fold it in half. Fold it in half again. Take my lighter, just run it across the edges of it. I didn't do it to this one because this one seems to be not fraying, so I'm just going to leave it like that. But this one right here kind of comes, it just depends on your ribbon, and the more you work with ribbon, the more you'll be able to determine, hey, I'm going to need to singe that, or it's not going to bother it. Okay, so then next I'm taking this polka dotted ribbon, cut that at 9 inches, fold it in half again, dovetail the ends, have this black polka dotted burlap, cut that one at 9 inches. Fold it in half, fold it in half again. Okay, there we go. There's that. Then for my raffia, I just take out several strands, and then I kind of make a bow, just tie a bow, kind of like you're tying your shoestring, and then make a bow, and I kind of cut that off. And then I have this extra, and I want to use that as well. I kind of pull the ends, if some of them are a little bit shorter, I kind of pull them where they're centered, and then I'm just going to make a knot in this part. so that I kind of have these little straggly ends of the raffia. Cut off any of the excess that may stick out too far. I don't like that. So then I'll layer my bow where I have some of this here, and then, you know, I have the little tails. Okay, for my jingle bells, I'm using one of these floral stem. Probably got it at Hobby Lobby or Joann's or Michael's or something like that. It's this floral stem. You can get it in the floral section. So I'm going to use a stem of that, and I have 3 of these jingle bells, and then I'm just going to thread the jingle bells on this little stem to the middle. Well, of course it doesn't want to go because, you know, I'm filming it. Let's try the other side. Okay, see, that one went on much simpler. So then we're gonna, okay. So then I have these 3 jingle bells. So then I kind of position them so they kind of look, you know, clustered like that. And then I'm just gonna twist it so they kind of look like a little cluster of the jingle bells, like that. And then, so then I kind of twist the wire, pull that out like that. So then now I'm going to layer my bow. So I have, I'm going to cut my greenery. I'm going to cut that in half. It doesn't have to be exact. Just going to cut that in half. Okay. Have my little tiny attacher, little mini stapler. This is my favorite thing to use when I am making a bow. And okay, so I'm going to put this one first. Then I'm going to kind of layer this one on top of there. Kind of crisscrossing, making an X. Let's see, I think I put this one. It doesn't matter. It's just that this is just my personal preference. So see how this kind of, you can see all the ribbons when you kind of crisscross them like that without them being covered up. And so I'm going to take my little tiny attacher and I staple them so they all stay together. So then I can layer on my other elements, and what I'm doing here is just kind of bending the greenery where it's not totally straight. See how this one's straight? I kind of bend it, kind of make a U or something like that. Layer that like that. Then now I'm going to take this part of the raffia with the little knot. I'm going to layer it like that. Then I take this one, which is the, oh wait, I wanted to add this ribbon. I forgot to add this one in the, on the truck, and I wanted to add it. So, back up, back up, back up. Y'all, this is real crafting, okay? I usually fast forward through all of this stuff, but I've been getting comments that y'all want to see these things, so I am going to be showing you a little bit more. I'm going to cut this at 10 inches, and so then I'm going to dovetail the ends of that. Just cut that off. So let's see. I may need to singe the edges of this one. That one's fraying, kind of coming unraveled a little. Just hold your flame. Be careful not to catch your ribbon on fire though. Yes, that has happened to me. And you're like, oh my gosh, I don't want to burn down my house. Anyway, So real life crafting here, guys, real life crafting. Okay, so I like that. I think I'm going to put, yes, I think I'm going to put another strand. So cut that off at 10 inches. I have my layered ribbon, which I took my little tiny attacher. So then now I'm going to take this ribbon is from Walmart. So I'm going to layer those like that. Now I'm going to take the greenery, put that back on top of there, put this here and this here. Just kind of scrunch all of this together. Now I'm going to take my wire with my jingle bells, and I'm just going to thread it through. I thread it through like my middle finger and my ring finger, and then I kind of position my jingle bells where I want them. Just kind of bring it around where it's kind of gathering it there. You might need to position your ribbon just a little bit. Okay, now one thing that helps me is some needle nose pliers. You can get needle nose pliers at any hardware store, Lowe's, Walmart, anywhere that, I think even the Dollar Tree sells some of these. These are like a crafting must for my crafting. And so I'm kind of holding it tense and kind of pulling it together where it kind of gathers in the middle. So then I just kind of twist it so that it holds. Then I'm going to bring this wire back through the front. So it kind of, you know, looks there like it's coming out from the front. It's kind of doing a dual purpose. It's holding my ribbon, and then also then I'm going to make some little curly cues with this. So I'm going to take a very thin paintbrush because I want some thin curly cues, and I'm just going to twist it around the paintbrush. Sometimes at the ends of those little wires kind of stick out. I take my needle nose pliers and I fold it over so that it gives it a nice finish like that. So then let's do the other side. And with the little thin brush like that, you can really get in really close to the, you know, the end of those little jingle bells. So see, this is all funky, so we don't want that. I may cut that off because that was kind of coming unraveled. So we do not want that on our project. I think that looks good. I don't even have to do anything with that. And then just kind of fluff out your ribbons. Always fluff. That's why we like to use wired ribbon. The only ribbon that's not wired is this mixed media ribbon, but it has enough form that if you use it with other ribbon, it's going to look very nice. Just kind of bring out your ribbon tails so that, you know, all of them are seen. Okay, guys, I totally forgot to include the burlap from the Dollar Tree, and I want to add that because it adds so much pizzazz to my little project. So what I did is I just untwisted the jingle bells, and since nothing was glued, there was no problem. So then now I'm going to start over, and I will show you how I layered it, including that burlap from the Dollar Tree.
Hey guys. Now the 3-foot tree inside the paper mache box is something that I had that I wanted to finish. The paper mache box is 7 by 7. I just painted it maroon and just hand lettered Faith, Hope, Love, and Simplify on the box. I am using some green ties from the Dollar Tree to give my tree a bit more fullness. Now I know you can't see here in the pictures, but yes, it does add a lot of fullness. Also, to add a bit of whimsiness as well as some filler, I like to use this decorative Excelsior. I like to get this from either Joann's or Amazon. There are some stores that do sell it, but it's a little more chunky. I like the finer Excelsior. I just stick it in the tree to give a bit more fullness. I'm adding some flocking, and I don't want the scattering of it, so I'm just using some white paint and a stencil brush and just brushing on the branches just to add a snowy effect. Now for the fun part, I'm going to decorate my little primitive country tree with some berries. I love my berries. These maroon berries I got from Hobby Lobby. I just took them apart and just hot glued them in the strands on the stems, branches of the trees, just sticking them in. And then for the pit berries, I had this garland. I just untwist the berries, and when you untwist them, they kind of come out in little clumps or little groups like this. And so then if the stem is too long, I clip it off and then just stick it in there. And it kind of looks a hot mess here, but it really is not. And then once I get all of my other embellishments on, it just ties everything together. Just to add a bit more texture, I have this pine I just took apart and just glued it in the tree, as well as these burlap stems. Now I got these over at Walmart. I got them early in the season, probably like in August or September. I just took them apart and I just stuck them, glued them into the tree to add some dimension and a bit more character. It just all ties everything together. For these little trees, you can just stick them and create so many different designs to match your style. Now I'm going to add some of this rustic ribbon. This I get at Hobby Lobby, and I'm not cutting it. I'm just twisting it around the branches, and just twisting it and twirling it, intertwining it in the tree, and until I like the fullness of it. And yeah, I'm really loving the way that this tree turned out.
I've been working so much lately, I can barely find the time to sleep. Yeah, spend my time.
The next embellishment, I'm adding this 7/8 inch buffalo check ribbon. This is also from Hobby Lobby, and I cut my strips at 6 inches. And then I just tied them on each of the branches just sporadically where I wanted them to, just so that everything looks all nice and neat. I just love how my little rustic primitive country tree is turning out. Just looking at all of the pitberry goodness and the curlicues of the burlap and the buffalo check ribbon just makes my heart just happy, happy, happy. Okay, my primitive country tree would not be complete without these rusty jingle bells. Now, these are 30 millimeter or 30 jingle bells that I got from Hobby Lobby several years ago. I'm not sure if they carry this size anymore, but I was fortunate to find some when I did. I just use some wire. I like to use the wire from Dollar Tree in the automotive section, and I just tie them onto the branches. And so you can't hear it, but I was jingling the tree, but that's what I'm doing here, just kind of showing you. I just kind of tie them on those branches so that they kind of, hang off, kind of like more ornament style. I don't glue them on because I have been known to glue the little jingle inside, and, then my tree doesn't jingle. A farmhouse tree would not be complete without some cotton bowls. So what I did is I got those cotton bowls from Hobby Lobby as well. It's my favorite store. And I just, took off some of those bowls and just stuck them, hot glued them into the tree for, just my cute little design. This Lazy Susan, guys, I did get at Amazon if you are interested in that. But I love, pulling it out for projects like this, or when I'm painting something so that I can paint, turn it and paint around. I'm a raffia person. Not everybody is, but I just tied some raffia at the top, kind of like, what my star is. But Hobby Lobby does have the large 2.5-inch stars that you could definitely put on top. Now would be the time to include some lights. If one would choose to add lights, you always add those on your tree last. From the Dollar Tree. I just took off all of the tinsel, and then I cut off the nubs that were around the plastic frame. To give it a bit more thickness, I used some quilt batting. This is just a personal preference because I wanted my Santa hat to be a bit more thicker. And so I just cut out, the shape of it, just added it to the frame. It gives it a little bit more stability. To cover the top of my Santa hat, I'm using this 10-inch decorative fabric. Now, I picked this up from Walmart, and I am just going to hot glue that, just position it on the hat, just kind of tucking and folding and gluing as I go around, just to make sure that everything is nice and neat. To add the ruffles to the brim of the hat, I'm using this burlap. Now, this burlap is from Walmart, and I've seen it in several stores, so it is the same one that's in Walmart. I cut my burlap 7 inches in length, and then I just used a ruffle technique, just gathering them in the center using a pipe cleaner and then just tying them on to my Santa brim. Now I'll just continue to do this until I get the thickness and the fullness that I want. I'm not sure how many bundles this is. I don't work like that. I just keep adding until I like the look of it, and then I stop. Once I'm finished putting all of my little ruffles on the brim of the hat, this is how full it looks. You can put as many or as little as you would like. I'm just going to show you here. This is the leftover from the roll of burlap. The burlap is from Walmart. So I put mine on pretty close together and pretty tight because I wanted the brim to be pretty full. So what I'm showing you here is the back of my little frame, where the Chanel stems and stuff were. I'm just covering that up. But I discovered when I'm putting on my bows that I shouldn't have covered them up yet. So I'm going to have to show you what I do to get my little bow on there. So now I'm going to show you my big bow. This is my terry bow that I created using my Pro Bow the Hand. In the description of this video, I do have a link to a video tutorial where I created a larger terry bow, and I used the same technique. I just did it on a smaller scale, and how you achieve that is by putting the fingers or the little dowels in the circles, and that will give you the size bow that you want to make. To attach my bow to the top of my Santa hat, I'm just using my paper piercer and just threading it through the top of the hat, through the back, just twisting it and attaching it to the back. Then I'll use a little piece of burlap to cover up that wire so that it doesn't poke, or you can see it where it looks, you know, more finished. Now I'm just going to make some rustic bows for the brim of the hat. I've already made 2, and then I'm going to show the third one here with you. So these little 1.5 inch ribbons are cut at 8 inches, and then this red and black buffalo check, this ribbon is from Hobby Lobby, and I am just going to make a simple little bow here, and those loops are approximately 3 inches or 3-inch loops. So now I have my little tiny attacher. It's just a little bitty stapler that helps secure the ribbon so that I can hold it all together, and then, you know, so I can put it together and make a cute little bow. That little tiny attacher, I get questions about it a lot. There is a link in the description below if you would like to see it up close. Or you can buy them at the craft store. They're in the scrapbooking section. So then now I'm just going to continue to build my bow, and the base of my bow is the buffalo check, and then I'm just going to layer on my burlap ribbons and then topping it with the 1.5 inch buffalo check ribbon. Then I just have a chenille stem, and I'm just going to secure that, and then I am going to discover that, oh my goodness, you have glued the back onto your Santa hat. So now I'm like, okay, I'm just going to thread through here and find the frame, and so no worries. It just takes me a little bit because I don't want to pull off the back, or, you know, kind of pull the ribbon apart. So I am just maneuvering through there, finding that part of that Santa hat, and I'm just going to twist that ribbon on there. So no worries. The finishing touch is this black jute. I found this over at Hobby Lobby in the rope section, and so I'm just going to tie this off, and then I will hot glue it to the top of that little buffalo check ribbon. Now I'm going to show you here shortly how am I going to hang this. So what I've done is I take a little piece of brown jute string, and I just make a little knot, and then I'm going to, at the very, very top where I had already glued that wire or that ribbon down over that wire for my bow, I'm just pulling that back up, and I'm going to stick this in there down pretty far, and then I make sure that that ribbon is really good and secured. Now I do get asked about these pink fingers. It's some Mod Podge hot finger caps. I will have a link in the description below because lots of people don't have access to the craft stores. Okay, what I've created here is some rustic Christmas trees using those tree forms from the Dollar Tree. Now, I know that these little tree forms sell out so quick, and so many of you have shared them over in the Country Charm community, as well as sent me private messages asking, where can I get more of these tree forms, because you saw my rustic trees that I did last year here on my channel. I took some tree forms from the Dollar Tree as well as Dollar General and created these adorable little trees. I will have it linked in the description below as well as in the iCard. Now, I want to let you in on a little secret. That green tree is using a wooden star from the Dollar Tree. What I did is I just took off the points of the little star and created a little Christmas tree out of it. Okay, so I made sure that one of the tips that I was going to cut off on that star is that's one that had the hole in it, because I didn't want a hole in my tree. And so then what I did is put some shelf liner. I like to use this for my projects, and it just kind of helps stabilize it so my mat doesn't move. And then I have a box cutter from the Dollar Tree. I was kind of struggling with it just a little bit, so I am just taking off those 2 tips. I have my sanding little block from the Dollar Tree as well, and just sand off any parts of the tree that need to come off. And I just love the little shape of it, and the little tree turned out really cute. These are the scrapbook paper I'm using. They're both from Hobby Lobby and Paper Studio brand. Now I just trace out the tree form. Now I know this green one is an 8.5 by 11 sheet. I didn't see any of the 12 by 12s in this green, and I really wanted to use that for my tree. So you could use the extra, you could glue that on there or Mod Podge that on there, or I'm not worried about it because that rusty star is going to cover it. Anyway, so just doing the same thing with the red and black buffalo check. I'm just cutting out with my scissors. And just a tip, if you move your paper and not your scissors, you have a cleaner cut, and it just helps a little bit. So before I Mod Podge on to these wooden trees, I want to paint them. I'm using moss green for the green and crimson red for the red and black one. And I just go ahead and paint a bit of the, around the edges, and then as well as the back. Should have used a larger brush, but I didn't feel like pouring it out on on my plate or anything. So, I just did it the hard way. Anyway, so now I'm doing the same thing with the red. And what I decided on that tree is I decided to cut off the trunk of the tree. So I didn't paint that. And I probably, if I would have thought about it before, I would have cut that off before I painted it, but it all worked out. So just using some Mod Podge, I just put a thin layer of Mod Podge on the little wooden tree, and then I take my paper and I smooth that out with my squeegee, getting any of the excess out. Like excess Mod Podge, I just use a little baby wipe to get out or to clean off my little scraper. And I don't put a layer of Mod Podge on top of my project until the bottom is completely dry. That helps alleviate the bubbles. And I found on this black and red buffalo check that some of the edges didn't stick down too good, so I just reinforced them with a little bit of Mod Podge. Okay, these are all the trims that I'm using for my tree. When I start working with them, I will tell you exactly what store I got them from. Now, this trim right here came from Walmart. This little jute with the little, I don't know, lace cording. And then those two came from Walmart as well, back in the fabric section. This one right here came from Hobby Lobby. And so what I'm going to do is use this one first. There's no really rhyme or reason. I just wanted something that I could glue on there that would kind of mask those points from that tree. So just using some hot glue, I'm just going to put a bead of hot glue on there and then just glue my little trim to that. I just love how this little tree is coming together with all the little trims. Then now I have these little pit berries with the mini jingle bells. It comes on a little strand like this over at Joann's. I got them over at Joann's. Anyway, I just cut them and just glued them on the sides there. I did not wrap them all the way around. I actually just formed it around the edge, just hot glued it in place, and kind of curled it around my finger a little bit so that it would all, look really cute. Now this ribbon is also from Joann's, and I'm just making a simple little bow, and I just put it on the edges, and that kind of helps cover up any of the hot glue that may be showing. I just made a knot in the middle and just trimmed off the ends, and then just hot glued that. Then in the middle I will tie on a little bow. I found this pack of wood slices over at Hobby Lobby. I used my 40% off coupon. I'm going to use that as well as a 12-inch wooden dowel. The 3/8 inch is the size that these dowels are. And what I'm showing you here is I am going to drill a 3/8 inch hole so that I can fit my dowel in there so that my little tree will stand up. Here are my rusty stars. Now these are 3-dimensional and I want them to be flat. So I just put them on my table and just took my palm and just flattened them out so that they would lay flat. And that just what works for my little project here. I just hot glued them at the top. I did the same thing with this red and black buffalo check. I just decided to use the tassels on the buffalo check because I didn't want to overdo the tree. Just glued the rusty star on the top of that. I painted the dowels brown and then just glued them into the little wood slice to make sure that they stand up. I added some Excelsior to the wood slices because I thought that it gave it a little decorative touch, as well as some greeneries and some red berries. To the red and black buffalo check, I added the black and white ribbon. It is a 5/8 inch ribbon, and I added a little bow to that rusty star on the green tree.
Making our Christmas memories. I've been working so much lately,